2026. The House has been on a brief recess and it is resuming sittings on a somber note following the demise of the Member of Parliament for Ol Kalau. The Speaker of the National Assembly did communicate to the country and to the House, informing the nation of the passing of the Honourable Member of Parliament. The House will be convening this afternoon, and it will be without the Member of Parliament for Ol Kalau constituency who passed on. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The broadcast is available on YouTube, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon, where the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, will reply to the motion on the consideration of sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya. That this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on the consideration of sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th of March, 2026, and resolves that pursuant to the provisions of Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, the House approves the sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture of Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya, and further resolves as follows: that the effective date for the approval shall be 1st of April 2026, or such later date when all regulatory approvals that form condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement shall have been obtained. And on the completion, upon obtaining all regulatory approvals, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall, upon obtaining all regulatory approvals in line with the condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement, undertake and complete the transaction through the block trade platform of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. That the Government of Kenya shall receive Kenya shillings 40 billion and 200 million as upfront payment in lieu of future dividends on the residual 20% shareholding as per the dividend purchase agreement. That notwithstanding anything contained in the share purchase agreement and the dividend purchase agreement, the proceeds of the divestiture shall be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund. That to safeguard against loss of jobs for existing staff, there shall be no acquisition-related redundancies in Safaricom PLC, and that the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and National Planning shall ensure that within 10 years of the divestiture, there shall be no material change to the current shared prosperity business model in Safaricom PLC that will prejudice the existing Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners. The mover will be called upon to reply. The debate on this motion was concluded, and the business remaining there is for the mover to be called upon to reply, and probably the question will be put on whether or not this motion by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya should be approved by the National Assembly. There will be a motion by the Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, and it's on the consideration of the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund regulations. And thereafter, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure will move a motion on the consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the national aviation policy. The leader of the delegation will move a motion on the report of the Kenya delegation to the 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings. The leader of the delegation will also move a motion on the report of the Kenya delegation to the 148th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings. The Fisheries Management Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, has also been lined up for debate for the second reading. This is courtesy of the leader of the majority. The bill will be debated for the second reading, giving an opportunity to the members to have their say and that business will be transacted once the members have dispensed with the businesses that preceded. Now, the principal object of this bill is to provide for a comprehensive legislative framework for the development, governance, and investments of the oceans and fisheries resources in line with the National Development Policy objectives envisaged in the Vision 2030. It is aligned to international and regional instruments governing global fisheries and the relevant national laws. If you're just joining us, these are live pictures from the National Assembly chambers.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, who you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Yeah, I order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes for the house to be quorate.
Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, these are live pictures from the National Assembly chambers. The House lacks requisite quorum to proceed or begin business, so the quorum bell is currently ringing, and as we wait for the House to achieve quorum, we'll continue to take a look at the order of business this afternoon. The Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, will move a motion on the consideration of a petition regarding delay in resettlement of squatters under the Chepkumia Land Exchange. The chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, will move a motion on the 10th report of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016 to 2017 to 2021, 2022. The chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, will move a motion on the 5th report on the audited accounts of various state corporations, Western Region, for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. The chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, will also move a motion on the 11th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016, 2017 to 2021, 2022. The chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, will move a motion on the 7th report on the audited accounts of various state corporations for the financial years 2018, 2019 to 2020, 2021. And thereafter, the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, will move a motion on inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya. The motion on the report of the Kenya delegation to the 149th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings will be moved by the member of the delegation, and the report of the Kenya delegation to the 150th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings will also be moved by a member of the delegation. This is according to the order of business this afternoon. There on your screen, the Member of Parliament for Semi constituency, Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, has walked into the chamber. Honorable David Gikaria is taking his seat, and more members are walking into the chambers to enable business of the National Assembly to begin. The number required is 50. Until that number is attained, then the quorum bell will continue to ring. It is notified that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, Part 2C, the following statement will be responded to. The issuance of work permit to foreign nationals. The member, Honorable Joshua Kandie, the Member of Parliament for Baringo Central, had requested this statement, and it was delegated to the Administration and Internal Security Committee that will issue the response this afternoon. Response at order number 7 on statements. It is also notified that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42A, Part 6B, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs will, in plenary on Wednesday afternoon, that is on April 1st, 2026, will provide reports on the status of implementation of the Interagency Technical Committee report on the review of designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the public service, and also the recruitment of Kenyans into foreign armies, particularly in the Russia-Ukraine war, and also respond to questions by the Honourable Member for Embakasi West and Honourable Member for Funyula. The Honourable Member for Embakasi West will be asking the Cabinet Secretary on the measures put in place to mitigate effects of flooding in the county of Nairobi. And the Member of Parliament for Funyula, Honorable Dr. Ojambo Undo, will be seeking answers to the operationalization of the Mulwanda border crossing point in Funyula. That business will take place tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday, 1st of April 2026, where the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs will, in plenary on Wednesday, provide reports on some of the concerns that have been raised in the country, among them the recruitment of Kenyans into foreign armies, particularly in the Russia-Ukraine war, and also the status of implementation of the Interagency Technical Committee report on the review of designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the public service. What you are seeing on your, what you saw on your screen earlier was the Sergeant at Arms taking account of every member who walks into the chamber. The white paper that she is holding with a pen is necessary in counting the exact number of members who walk into the chambers, so that the House does not find itself in an awkward position. It is in keeping with the standing orders of the National Assembly that the number required for business to begin is 50 members. And what you cannot see on the screen is the mobilization, or in parliamentary terms, the whipping of members, at least not quite literally, the whipping of the members or the mobilization of members who are within the precincts of Parliament to come and take their seats and allow the business of the National Assembly to commence this afternoon. Quite a number of businesses to be transacted by the members of Parliament. And for that,
So members, the bell will be rung for another 10 minutes to allow all the members to come in.
It means that the quorum wasn't achieved during the first period of 10 minutes. So the bell will continue ringing to allow members who are within the precincts of Parliament to take their rightful seats. There on your screen, the leader of the majority party has stepped into the chambers with quite a number of members of Parliament.
Order, honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats. It is confirmed we now have quorum and can start House business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Paul Biego, take your seat. Order, honorable members. Majority Leader. Let the honorable members standing there take their seats. You may take the nearest seat. Your honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the House of Commons, Parliament of the United Kingdom. The delegation comprises of the following two members who serve in the United Kingdom All-Party Parliamentary Group, APPG, on disability, who are seated in the Speaker's row. Number one, the Honorable Marsha D. Cordova, MP, chairperson and leader of the delegation. And number two, the Honorable Shokat Adam, MP. Thank you. Honorable members, the delegation, which is accompanied by one member of staff, is in the country to exchange best practices and share experiences with the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on the development of inclusive policies across all areas of life. Honorable members, on my own behalf and on that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. I thank you. Yeah, honorable members, let me also recognize the following schools and institutions visiting the National Assembly in the Speaker's Gallery and in the public gallery. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Siakago Girls High School from Bere North constituency in Embu County. In the Speaker's Gallery, we also have Thika Road Christian High from Kasarani constituency in Nairobi County. And then in the public gallery, we have three institutions. One is Katangari Primary School from South Imenti constituency in Meru County. And then Spagion's School from Kibra constituency, Nairobi City County. And then we have Santa Ana Calm Water Academy, Ruiru constituency, Kiambu County. All those students are welcome to this House of Parliament to observe the proceedings of the House. We call the next order, will we? Honorable Sarah Polata Korere, what is out of order?
Thank you, Speaker.
What is out of order?
Speaker, I raise on a point of order in regards to a matter that came up to this House sometimes back regarding the conduct of the Honorable Member for Kitutu Chache constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order pursuant to the provision of Standing Orders 1081 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. I raise to invite the House to name Honorable Member for Kitutu Chache constituency for grossly disorderly conduct. Honorable Speaker, as I recall, after being moved by this House, the Honorable Speaker directed that the member be excluded from the precincts of Parliament until he submits an appropriately worded apology to the House. Speaker, I have seen the Honorable Member within the precincts of Parliament, yet I have not seen, heard, or read any of such apology being given. Speaker, understanding Order 107A1A of the National Assembly Standing Orders, defying the ruling or direction of the Speaker and the House constitutes gross disorderly conduct. The member's presence within the precincts of Parliament without any evidence of the apology is grossly disorderly and a mockery of the House. I therefore urge that the member be named for gross disorderly conduct. And Mr. Speaker, to protect this House, the sanctity and the integrity of this house. Speaker, this house, every member has got an opportunity to raise whatever, including a vote of no confidence to the Speaker himself here. And Mr. Speaker, when we make it our habit to go to the funerals, to malign our own selves, to malign this house, to malign the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, it becomes a gross misconduct on the members who do that. And I wish at this point, something should be done to rein on such members who are actually going out of there. Well, they have every opportunity in this house to raise whatever grievances, to raise whatever they want to raise, to name and shame whoever they want to, including the Speaker. They have made it their habit to go to media houses, to go to funerals, to go to churches. You know that others go and allege that members in this house are being corrupted, they are being bought, I don't know by what. And Mr. Speaker, when they do that, they don't just malign certain people, but they align the integrity of this house. So, Mr. Speaker, upon this, I call the House to name the member for gross misconduct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sarah Polata Korere, the decision whether or not a member is named is not for the House, but is for me as Speaker now. And so pursuant to Standing Order number 108, subsection 1, I name the Honorable Kibagendi for gross disorderly conduct. Is Honorable Kibagendi in the House? Yeah, I can see Honorable Kibagendi. I so name you. And if there is any member who would like to move under the standing order, I will grant the permission. Is there any member who wants to move under? Yes, the majority leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 108-2, to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 110.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi, can you do it the way we normally do? I'm not seeing you on the interventions. Please do. I'm seeing your card on the requests for communication. Yeah, can you make your appropriate interventions, please? Yes, Honorable Karoli Omondi, now you've requested for an intervention. Please proceed. What is out of order? Would you give Honorable Karoli Omondi the microphone?
Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 89 to inquire whether it is in order for this House to debate a matter that is active and live in the courts of law, and which the courts have already pronounced themselves, and even to go further and ask whether we have the correct interpretations of Powers and Privileges Act, whether the powers of the Speaker extends out of this House on the utterances of members. These are fundamental and core constitutional questions that we must answer before we proceed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the Speaker is not aware of that court matter you are speaking about. The Speaker is also not aware of the orders, if any, issued in that matter. And the Speaker is not aware of whether or not that matter is active. In any event, as per precedent and the rulings given even by the courts before, the courts have no jurisdiction to stop the House from transacting business. So we will proceed. Honorable Ichungwa.
Honorable Speaker, stand informed, Honorable Speaker, and I want to move that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 108-2, I beg to move that Also notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 110, the Honorable Kibagendi be suspended from the House, the service of the House, for a period of 14 days. Honorable Speaker, I move this motion in the best interest of the dignity of each and every member of this House. Because as Honorable Sarah Correa has said, it has become customary for some of us to appear in media stations, funerals, and elsewhere, make very disparaging remarks against either fellow members or against the House. But what I, Honorable Speaker, and I am on record in this House, since I joined this House 13 years ago, to be a stickler of our rules and procedures. Because we must protect, and we must be the first people to protect the dignity of this House. When you disparage a whole institution because of cheap politics, Honorable Speaker, it's not fair for high-ranking members like the Honorable Karoli Omondi and others. You know, Karoli Omondi is a very good lawyer. And he knows you'd also not want to be associated with an undignified House. And therefore, I want to beg, Honorable Speaker, that we name the Honorable Anthony Kibagendi so that we protect the dignity of all of us collectively, and more importantly, the institution of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request the Honorable Marianne Keitany to second.
Honorable Speaker, as I stand to second, I think it is important that we all agree that the dignity of this House is far more important, and it is for all of us. There are 349 members seated inside here. It is not one member. And therefore, while we are carrying ourselves around, we need to consider the dignity and integrity of 349 members that sit inside this House that represent a whole population that are out there. I stand to second. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable members, I beg you look at the provisions of Standing Order number 108. No debate is allowed on such a motion. It cannot be, adjourned. In fact, let me read it to you for those who have not looked at it. That if the breach has been committed by such a member in the House, a motion shall be made by any other member present that such member, whose name shall be provided, be suspended from the service of the House. And the Speaker shall forthwith put the question thereon, no amendment, no adjournment, no debate being allowed. That is the provision of your standing orders. And so, let me put the question. Honorable Cliff Gisario, it is also disorderly conduct to raise unnecessary points of order, and more so when the Speaker is on his feet. Yes. So, honorable members, it is for you to decide. And this has nothing to remove, or with the removal of Honorable Anthony Kibagendi from his seat as MP for the good people of Kenya he represents. It is strictly a matter of, privilege, and a matter falling under the provisions of Standing Order number 108. Now, honorable members, I put the question that the Honorable Anthony Kibagendi be suspended from the service of the House for a period of 14 days from today. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Yes, sir. Honorable Kibagendi? You have been suspended from the service of the House for 14 days, beginning the time the House made the decision. I know you will disobey, you will obey the order. Honorable Kibagendi, you will leave the House. You are for now a stranger in the house. Please leave. Take leave. Next order. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Yeah, let the members who are standing take their seats. Honorable Catherine Omanyo, the Secretary General of the ODM Party. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41, subsection 4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 4 messages from the Senate regarding its consideration of 3 Senate bills and 1 National Assembly bill. Honorable members, the messages convey that on 3rd March 2026, the Senate considered and passed 3 Senate bills with amendments. The first message is on the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, which seeks to amend the Elections Act, Chapter 7, and the County Governments Act, Chapter 265, to provide for nomination of members of a county assembly to represent marginalized groups. The second message is on the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2024, which seeks to amend the Tobacco Control Act, Chapter 245A, to regulate electronic nicotine delivery systems, including electronic cigarettes and related products. The third message is on the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, which seeks to provide for the regulation of private. Honorable Carolium. I will read that again. The third message is on the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, which seeks to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya, including safeguarding the rights and welfare of job seekers and migrant workers. Honorable members, having passed the said bills, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly pursuant to the provisions of Article 110, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. Honorable members, you will note that the standing orders require the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message to the House. In view of this, I direct the clerk to schedule the 3 Senate bills. Thereafter, the bills will stand committed to the following committees for consideration. Number 1, the County Government Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Number 2, the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Health. And number 3, the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Labor. Honorable members, the message with respect to the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2024, further conveys the nomination of honorable members of this House to co-sponsor the bill to the National Assembly. The message conveys that the sponsor of the bill, Senator Catherine Muma MP, has designated the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, CBS MP, member for Suba North constituency, and the Honorable Samuel Atandi, CBS MP, member for Alego Usonga constituency, as the co-sponsors of the bill in the National Assembly. In this regard, the 2 members will marshal the consideration of the said bill in the National Assembly. Honorable members, the 4th message conveys that on 3rd March 2026, the Senate considered and passed the Public Finance Management number 4 bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2024, with amendments. The message further conveys that in passing the said bill, the Senate incorporated the provisions of the Public Finance Management Amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2024, and the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 44 of 2024. Honorable members, you may recall that this House passed the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 3 Bill 2024 and the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 4 Bill 2024 on 28th November 2024, and the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 on 14th March 2025, respectively. Thereafter, I referred the 3 bills to the Senate for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. The Senate has now referred the bills back for reconsideration pursuant to Article 112, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution. The National Assembly is therefore required to consider the Senate amendments to the Public Finance Amendment Number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 45 of 2024, as consolidated with the other 2 related bills. Honorable members, the decision by the Senate to consolidate the 3 bills was informed by an observation that the bills deal with related matters. In this regard, the leadership of both houses agreed to consolidate the 3 bills for purposes of legislative efficiency. Honorable members, I therefore refer the schedule of Senate amendments to the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 45 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. Honorable members, to facilitate the consideration of the Senate amendments to the said bill, the clerk is directed to circulate the scheduled amendments to all members and the relevant committees as required by the standing orders. The committees to which the 4 bills have been referred are encouraged to prioritize their consideration and submit reports as soon as practicable to enable the House to proceed with the next steps. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Next order. Order, members, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I've got 2 further communications to make. The first one is on the demise of the member for Olkalau constituency, the late Honorable David Njuguna Kiarao, and former Senator for Kirinyaga, the late Honorable Daniel Karaba. Honorable members, as I welcome you back from the short recess, you may recall that on Sunday, 29th March 2026, I notified you and the general public of the untimely demise of the member for Olkalau constituency, the late Honorable David Njuguna Kiarao, MP, who passed away earlier that morning while receiving treatment at the Nairobi hospital. The demise of the Honorable Kiarao brought loss of a dedicated legislator, a distinguished professional, and a committed servant of the people of Nyandarua County and the nation at large. The late Honorable Kiarao was born on 2nd October 1963 in Olkalau, Nyandarua County. He began his education at Munyeki Primary School before proceeding to the Alliance High School for his O-level studies. In 1982, he joined the Nairobi School for his A-levels, where he continued to excel academically. In 1985, he was admitted to the University of Nairobi for a bachelor's degree in architecture, after which he established a distinguished career in the field. The late member served as principal architect at Arch Grid Systems, in which role he built a strong professional foundation in infrastructure development and the built environment, contributing to numerous projects that shaped both public and private spaces. Honorable members, the late Honorable David Kiarao joined elective politics in 2013 when he was elected as the member for all Kalau constituency. He was subsequently re-elected during the 2017 and 2022 general elections. Throughout his three-term tenure, he served with dedication as a member of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure and the Procedure and House Rules Committee. As a member of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, he played a pivotal role in the processing of legislation aimed at safeguarding road reserves, as well as in the development of frameworks to facilitate the establishment of pedestrian walkways and infrastructure for non-motorized transport. Honorable members, over his years of service in Parliament, the late Honorable Kiaraho has maintained a close connection with the people of Olkalou, serving them with dedication and passion. He was a steadfast advocate for the advancement of education, demonstrated by, among other things, the provision of school buses to various institutions and ensuring proper oversight, timely disbursement of bursaries to deserving students in Olkalou constituency. The late Honorable Kiarao demonstrated a strong commitment to community welfare through active engagement in key development initiatives, including the promotion of universal health care, enhancement of agricultural productivity, support for affordable housing, upgrading of roads, expansion of electricity and water connectivity, and spearheading infrastructure developments at the JM Kariuki Referral Hospital and Nyandarua University College. In his demise, the institution of Parliament, the people of Olkalou, and indeed the whole nation has lost a devoted legislator, a servant of the people, and a committed advocate of justice. Honorable members, in order to accord a befitting send-off to our departed colleague, and in line with the PSC bereavement policy, I have appointed an ad hoc committee of the Parliamentary Funeral Planning Committee to coordinate the funeral arrangements. The committee will comprise the following members of Parliament: Honorable Kwenya Thuku MP, Chairperson and Team Leader; Honorable Faith Gitau, CBS MP, Vice Chairperson; the Honorable Musa Sirma, EGH MP; the Honorable Gabriel Tongoyo, CBS MP; the Honorable Hai Kamiziki, CBS MP; the Honorable John Keraku, CBS MP; the Honorable Eve Obara, CBS MP; the Honorable Marian Kitanyi, MP; Senator Tabitha Karanja Keroche, MP; Senator Wahome Wamatinga, MP; and Senator Betty Montet, MP. In addition, a family representative will be opted onto the committee. Honorable members, to celebrate the life and legacy of the late Kiarao, a requiem service will be held on Tuesday, 7th April 2026 at Olkalou Stadium, Nyandarua County. The funeral service will thereafter take place at PCEA St. Andrew's Church, Nairobi, followed by interment at his family farm in Tigoni, Kiambu County on Friday, 10th April 2026. Honorable members, I also wish to report to the House the demise of the late former Senator for Kirinyaga County, Senator Daniel Karaba, who passed away on 23rd March 2026. The Honorable Karaba was born on 22nd June 1948 in Kirinyaga County. He had a distinguished career in the teaching profession, serving as a principal in several institutions and as the chairperson of the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association from 1984 to 1998. In 2002, the late Senator Karaba ventured into elective politics and got elected into the 9th Parliament as the member for the then Kerugoya Kutus constituency, currently Kirinyaga Central constituency. He served as the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education, Research and Technology, and spearheaded the development of education policies, including the Early Childhood Development Education, ECD policy. In 2013, the late Honorable Karaba successfully vied for and was elected as the first senator for Kirinyaga County in the 11th Parliament, a position in which he served until 2017, during which time he served as the chairperson of the Senate Standing Committee on Education. The late Senator Karaba retired from active politics in 2022, but remained a respected elder and source of counsel to many within his community and beyond. The late Senator Karaba will be laid to rest tomorrow, Wednesday, 1st April 2026, at his home in Kirinyaga. Honorable members, on another sad note, I wish to inform the House that I've received news on the passing on of Mama Dorothy Baya Mweri. Order. Order. Mama Dorothy Baya Mweri, the beloved mother of the deputy leader of the majority party and member for Kilifi North, the Honorable Owen Baya, CBS MP, on the evening of 30th March 2026. Her departure is a profound loss not only to her family, but also to all who are touched by her grace, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to community. In this moment of sorrow, we stand in solidarity with the deputy leader and the family, offering our support and prayers as they navigate this difficult time. May her memory be a lasting blessing, and may the family find strength, comfort, and peace in the legacy of love and dignity she leaves behind. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and indeed on my own behalf, I convey our heartfelt condolences to the families, relatives, and friends of our colleagues and Mama Dorothy Baya. In honor of the departed colleagues, the Honorable Njuguna Kiarao, MP, and Daniel Karaba, and Mama Dorothy Baya, I request that we be upstanding and observe a moment of silence. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. Thank you. Honorable members, on the departure of Honorable Kiarao and Karaba and Mama Baya, after we dispose of the business at order number 8, I'll give members about 30 to 40 minutes to record your condolences and eulogize the departed colleagues. My other communication is on the purported changes to House leadership. Honorable members, I would ordinarily not have made this short communication, save that it has attracted a lot of media publicity and debate, and it's good that the House is notified accordingly. I wish to convey to the House that my office received a letter dated 9th March 2026, purportedly from the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. On the verse of it, the letter is purportedly signed by my good friend, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Senior Counsel, EGH, as the leader of the party, and seeks to appoint the member for Suba South, the Honorable Karole Omondi, to the position of leader of Coalition Party Parliamentary Group. A cursory review of the document casts serious doubt as to its authenticity. First, it does not bear the original signature of its purported author and is littered with several grammatical and topographical errors, including the duplication of one of the names of its purported author. Specifically, the document is signed by His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. We don't know of anybody called Kalonzo Musyoka in this country. We know Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Secondly, and most importantly, the letter lacks any forwarding address to which any exchange of correspondence, including seeking of clarification or making a response, may be directed. In this regard, as your speaker, I highly doubt that the letter originated from an office of the stature of our retired vice president, which is an office established in law and fully funded and capacitated under the auspices of the Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act Cap 197B. There being no address to which a clarification may be sought or a reply directed, and noting that information of purported changes to the leadership of the minority has been circulated in the public domain, I wish to clarify, for the benefit of the House and the public record, that one, the position of leader of coalition party parliamentary group does not exist in the Constitution, statute law, or our standing orders. This therefore means that the letter has purportedly appointed the member for Super South, a respected lawyer to a position which is not recognizable in law. The Speaker and the House are unable to process any claim or request contained in the letter, as the same is made outside the provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders. The House is accordingly guided. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I raise on a point of order, Honorable Speaker. I know this matter is not is a communication not for debate, but maybe just because you have alluded to the fact that that letter purported to come from a Mr. Kalonzo does not have an addressee to return a reply to, but probably now that you have raised it, Honorable Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to advise the Wiper leader, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, not this Kalonzo who has written this letter, but the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, our former vice president, that it is in the best interest of the Wiper Democratic Movement Party that the leadership of the Azimio coalition remains as it is today. For reasons, Honorable Speaker, that when we finished our elections in 2022, the numbers in this House were not as they are today. UDA has just acquired an additional seats that we never held. The seat in Bere North, the seat in Honorable Turbi's seat in Isiolo. ODM has maintained their numbers, Honorable Speaker. As chair of the selections committee, Honorable Speaker, I would beg to advise the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka that it would not be in the best interest of his political party, the Wiper Democratic Movement, in terms of how members of Wiper sit in committees. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, it would not be in the interest of the deputy leader of the minority, the Honorable Robert Mbui, to open that war of purported changes. And I would draw reference, Honorable Speaker, to your own case when you are the leader of minority in the Senate. And when other parties purported to have left, that time I think it was the NASA coalition. ODM, which then was said to be the biggest party, south of the Sahara, north of the Limpopo, asserted that they were indeed the minority party in the House. Honorable Speaker, none other than yourself lost your position as the leader of minority in the Senate. Therefore, that's why, Honorable Speaker, I've taken liberty to also offer free and unsolicited advice to my friend, my brother, my co-chair in ADCO, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Please, do not listen to those who are misadvising you. Because I also saw him say something on Citizen TV the other day, And I said, oh, my brother Kalonzo, how I wish you knew the truth, that you will get very lost if you listen to those others who are advising you, and especially the hate mongers that are purport to be misadvising Kalonzo in the disunited opposition, Honorable Speaker. I beg to just say that, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of my brothers and colleagues who were elected on Wiper, because we have very many good friends, would hate to see, for instance, the input of the Honorable Makali Mulu in committees that he serves, like the Public and Debt Committee, the Honorable Mwashako, and many other good Wiper leaders, the Honorable Mboni, who is a very diligent member of the Finance and National Planning Committee. But they are bound to lose many of these slots. And I say that, Honorable Speaker, emphatically as the chair of the Selections Committee. It is not in the best interest of Wiper to even imagine that they can advance a war that they can never win, just like I can never win any election, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know my good friend, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, has offered an unsolicited advice to the leadership and the membership of Wiper. But Mr. Speaker, politics is so dynamic. I am a member of Jubilee. You know the membership of this House. We must face the realities. And I don't know whether Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, I want him just to listen to this as the chair of
Kimani Ichung'wah,
I want you to listen to this.
begging that you listen to him.
I do agree with you. Since 2022, so many things have changed. All of us here are practicing politicians. The leadership, we have offered unsolicited advice to the leadership of Wiper in general and the members of Wiper in this House. I have been elected on Jubilee. Mr. Speaker, you know, taking into account the numbers, if you calculate, UDA is number 1, followed by ODM. The third party is Jubilee. We were shortchanged, and Mr. Speaker, I am on record to have complained to you. We wrote to you. We were shortchanged. All our slots, courtesy of the political gerrymandering that took place immediately after the election, we lost, or our members lost, some of the key slots that they ought to have occupied. So I will disagree with Honorable Kimani. That unsolicited advice is not granted. The truth of the matter is, I was the national deputy chairman of Azimio. Azimio is
Yes,
dead.
Wanjala, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have just told the House that the letter before you, you even doubt it. You don't know even, there is nobody called Kalonzo. Why wasting precious time for this parliament to debate serious things? And then some people are forcing us to concentrate on debating the letter that is fake. Already the letter has been discredited by the Speaker. We even ignored it. Why don't we concentrate on serious issues?
You have a
that this House
point.
needs to
Let
debate?
him finish, then we move on.
Mr. Speaker, you know, you have been around and I have been around. At times you say power is transient. Power is sweet. I want the chairman of the selection committee to listen to this, because you presided over an illegality that should change the membership of Jubilee, and this must be put on record.
Thank you. You've made your point.
No, Mr. Speaker, one more, slightly. The point is this. The leadership of, purported leadership of Azimio have made a decision that does not warrant anything. It is good we allow them to go with what they want. Let ODM claim their rightful position of being the official opposition, and Jubilee takes its rightful position. And that's what you are trying to stop. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if they bring their communication through the right channel, I want to beseech you. Just like it happened to you, you know the structure. We're in NASA together, we were in the same party together. You know what happened to you. And that procedure must be allowed, and we, as the members of Jubilee, we are ready to reclaim our positions and function in accordance with the House rules, Mr. Speaker. I
Point
beg.
noted. Point noted. Honorable members, I have been advised that the requiem mass for the Honorable Kiarao will be on Wednesday, the 8th, and not Tuesday, the 7th of April, same venue, Olkalau Stadium. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery: the Eagles Way Schools, Utawala, Nairobi; Mutumoni Secondary School from Tinderet, Nandi; Kumuni Secondary School from Tinderet, Nandi. In the public gallery, we have Dawamo Leadership Academy from Kajiado West, Kajiado. And also in the Speaker's Gallery, I wish to acknowledge and welcome 65 students from the Little Mr. and Miss Africa Fraternity, the International School of Modeling, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The students drawn from 15 African countries are on a visit to the National Assembly to learn more about leadership, democracy, and civic responsibility. On my behalf, and on behalf of the House, I welcome all the students to the House of Parliament and wish them a good stay. I've been requested by the Honorable Meli to take a minute to welcome a school from his constituency. It's from Tinderet, yes.
Thank
Two
you.
schools.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to welcome all students as Chair of Education and as a leadership of this House. I want to welcome them that welcome to the National Assembly, which is one of the three arms of government. And it is in this House that laws of the land are made. It is in this House that we also do what we call, we actually make our budget, and more importantly, it is also in this House that the regulations and statutes of the land are made. I want to put special recognition to all the students, for you have come to know that the leaders who are seated here, members of parliament, were once students. So it is an opportunity for you to know that you can as well rise up the ladder from being a student all the way to be a member of parliament and even to be a speaker of the House. And more importantly, you can be the president. The schools of Mutumon and Kamuny Secondary School, honorable members, are from Tinderet constituency. They are top performers of KCSE 2025. And I took it upon myself to flow them all the way from Kisumu up here as a motivation to the students of this country and of our county and of Kenya to know that if you are a good performer, you will be recognized not only for excellent results, but also by sitting with the elders who are in this House today. I thank you, and I want to say that this is a very good learning environment for our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lea Sangaire. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to welcome the students that have come to Parliament today, especially students from Dawamo Academy from Kajiado West. I want to congratulate you and I want to welcome you here in Parliament. Dawamo Academy is one of the best schools, private schools that we have in Kajiado West, and I want to welcome you here in Parliament. I want to encourage all students here that Parliament is a good place that we legislate on policies, and I want to encourage you to continue studying hard, continue working hard, continue with the focus that you have already, because the sky is not the limit for every one of you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Lea. Next order. Order number 8.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of session paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the government of Kenya. Mover to reply.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Kaluma has been designated by the chair to reply on this.
Kaluma.
He's a member of the Finance and National Planning Committee.
Peter Kaluma.
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking your office and the office of the clerk for the support the committee was accorded when it was undertaking public participation in this matter. Honorable Speaker, this is one matter which has gone through very detailed public participation for a whole 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Carolo Mondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise under Standing Order 89 to inquire whether it is in order for this matter to proceed when we are aware that there is a pending court case, case number HCC-HRPET/E051 of 2026, where the court consolidated 3 petitions and noted that the petitions raised substantial questions of law and core constitutional questions, and the issues raised were weighty and transcendent, and ordered that in a balance of justice, it granted immediate conservatory orders stopping the process of divestiture of Safaricom. Is it in order for us to debate this matter while this matter, the court cases are still active? And if we do, could we get an undertaking from the government that it will not proceed with the divestiture process until the cases are heard and determined so as to save the substratum of the petition?
Honorable Carole Omondi, you know, if you looked at those papers properly, Parliament is not a party to those proceedings. Yes. That's number one. Number two, the orders given, if they are authentic, are not directed at Parliament, neither do they affect Parliament. Number three, this House has constitutional responsibility to transact all business before it. Whoever wants to challenge can wait for the outcome and go to court. That is the Constitution and that is the law. Nobody can injunct Parliament from its discharging its legislative mandate. But anybody, including yourself, can go to court and challenge what Parliament has passed. Number four, the conclusion of this debate is not a divestiture in itself. The divestiture will be done out there. Parliament has no capacity to carry out divestiture of any investment in any public entity. Once we give authority, those who want to stop it can do it out there, and the process will take place outside Parliament. So this matter is properly before the House, and Kaluma, you may proceed to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
Caroli, what is it?
Has clearly stated that we are precluded from discussing such a matter. That is what I was raising. And for the benefit of the House, I'm here ready to table both the court ruling and the court orders so that the House is seized of what the court decided. I don't think we operate outside the rule of law.
Kaluma,
because
proceed.
our own standing order says
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable
on.
Speaker, it is not for you to explain the
Kaluma,
law.
hold on. Yes, Ichungwa.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Carole Omondi, you did allude earlier that he's a lawyer of high repute.
Actually, it's not an allusion. He is a lawyer.
I heard it from you, Honorable Speaker, because there is nothing that he has ever done that exhibited that he has any legal background in his transactions in the House, Honorable Speaker. So I only heard it from you this afternoon because his reading of Standing Order 89 is very selective. And I would just invite him to read subs 89, 4, and 5, Honorable Speaker. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, on the matter that he's raising, you have clearly said that the House was not party to this matter in court. 2, Honorable Speaker, the court had the choice to injunct the House if they had those powers. The court chose not to. 2, the Honorable Carole Omondi, who is now claiming, and that is why I doubt whether he's actually a lawyer, because the Honorable Carole Omondi actually participated in this debate. And is actually confirming he participated to oppose opposing is part of the participation of the debate. Therefore, Karoli Omondi should have raised that matter at the point when he was debating and even exclude himself from debate, Honorable Speaker. And I want to agree with you, the Honorable Kaluma should proceed and reply. You are not a lawyer. You are Kalonzo.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there was an intervention and I was thanking you for the adequate public participation.
Oh, Karoli Omondi, if you want to contest that you are a lawyer, I know you are, and I employed you as a lawyer some time back. Excellent. Go on,
thank
Kaluma.
you. Yeah, so, Honorable Speaker, on the matter of public participation, please, Honorable Karoli, allow me to contribute also. Yes.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, on public participation, no matter has undergone public participation as this one. And I was thanking you for it, Honorable Speaker, because the records of the House will bear, Honorable Speaker, that for a whole 14 days, you facilitated the joint committees that were dealing with this matter, the committee in charge of national planning and the committee in charge of finance and privatization, Honorable Speaker, to sit outside of this House. And Honorable Speaker, we received as a committee written memoranda from over 100 stakeholders, all of whom came, or the majority of whom came, appeared before us, and we listened to as they gave their views. Honorable Speaker, when that was done, you allowed us to go throughout the country. And Honorable Speaker, a total of 30 counties were visited by members of the joint committees. And Honorable Speaker, I led the team, which moved from Mandera through Wajir. We then went to Western Kenya with the team which I led in Kakamega County, in Vihiga County, in Kisii County, and in Homa Bay County. And Honorable Speaker, other teams forming membership of the joint committee also went across Kenya, visiting other counties and taking the views of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, let me go on record as confirming, as been stated before, that everywhere we went across Kenya, they are saying this transaction, the divestiture of 15% of the government, national government shareholding in Safaricom, which currently total 35, should go ahead, and go ahead as fast as possible. Honorable Speaker, what shocked me, and something which has been mentioned here, is how unequal our country is. Honorable Speaker, when we were in Mandera, it hit me that up to the time this administration led by President Ruto was coming in, there had never been a tarmac road built by the national government in Mandera County. And so they told us, with the current administration, even before this divestiture, Honorable Speaker, they are seeing tarmac road and they feel they are now Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we proceeded to Wajir. And in Wajir County, Honorable Speaker, for the first time, a stadium that is as good as the one in Kitui is being built. I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, to agree with the members who spoke before, that
yes,
indeed...
Oundo, what is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm just curious, and I want Honorable Kaluma, being a lawyer of eminence, to explain to me what are the requirements of citizenship of Kenya. Is it being built a road, the only requirement for citizenship of Kenya, or the other parameters? Probably to help us so that we know those of us who don't have tarmac roads, then are not Kenyans. It could help us to understand. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
This is not question time. Just
Honorable Speaker, I don't know what has become of Dr. Oundo.
Just go on.
Yes.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking to the matter of inequality and the unequal manner in which infrastructure in particular has been developed by the previous government administrations across the country. And I was confirming that it was said here before, and I agree. when we went to Wajir, for the first time, Honorable Speaker, people have been thinking about affordable housing. Do you know the tallest buildings in Wajir are of affordable housing? And I was confirming, pleasantly surprised, Honorable Speaker, that the Madaraka Day for this day will be held in Wajir, and the stadium is better than the one in Homa Bay, better than the one in Kitui, better than the several ones we've seen around, and there are over 25 today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore say that the people of Kenya are saying we proceed, and Parliament should approve this sessional paper so that, Honorable Speaker, these funds can go to the National Infrastructure Fund, which by law we have established and the President has assented into, so that we can target those very big projects. The Jomo Kenyatta International Airport across here, we can target how we can create dams in areas which have been marginalized. We can target these highly viable projects like the dualling of Rironi Road up to Western Kenya, Malaba border, as we also have expressway on Thika Road, and of course we develop further our infrastructure. The only worry from the people, which was expressed here, Honorable Speaker, was whether this money will actually go into infrastructure. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the wisdom of the House for intervening in the proceedings so that we have the National Infrastructure Fund law. And so this money will not go to the consolidated fund account, but it will go straight to the National Infrastructure Fund, and it will be ring-fenced there. I thank all members who contributed, and Honorable Speaker, you extended time. I thank all Kenyans who gave their views, and I thank the House and the facilitation to date. Honorable Speaker, with those very many words, I beg to reply. I thank you.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Take your seat, Dick Maungu. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Order. On the consideration of sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th March 2026, and A, resolves that pursuant to the provisions of Section 87A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, the House approves the sessional paper number 3 of 2025 on partial divestiture of Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya, and B, further resolves as follows. Effective date, that the effective date for the approval shall be 1st April 2026, or such later date when all regulatory approvals that form condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement shall be obtained. Completion upon obtaining all regulatory approvals, that's Roman 2, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall, upon obtaining all regulatory approvals in line with the condition precedent in paragraph 4.1 of the share purchase agreement, undertake and complete the transaction through the block trade platform of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Upfront payment to be made in lieu of future dividends, that's number 3, that the Government of Kenya shall receive Kenya shillings 40 billion and 200 million as upfront payment in lieu of future dividends on the residual 20% shareholding as per the dividend purchase agreement. Proceeds to be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund, as Roman 4, that notwithstanding anything contained in the share purchase agreement and the dividend purchase agreement, the proceeds of the divestiture shall be paid into the National Infrastructure Fund. No redundancy of existing staff, that's Roman 5. that to safeguard against loss of jobs for existing staff, there shall be no acquisition-related redundancies in Safaricom PLC. And Roman 6, preservation of the existing business model with Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury shall ensure that within 10 years of the divestiture, there shall be no material change to the current shared prosperity business model in Safaricom PLC that will prejudice the existing Safaricom PLC dealers, agents, and other business partners. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. We go back to statements. There was only one statement. Just call it out and we dispose it off because Honorable Kandie has requested that he will request for it tomorrow.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Go on to, now we go back, honorable members, to order number 2, and I now allow you to eulogize your departed colleague, the Honorable Kiarao. Yes, Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Embakasi West, I wish to convey my condolences.
Can I, hold on, Mwenje. Members, can we do it for 2 minutes each? 2 minutes? Okay, Mwenje, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was just saying that on behalf of the people of Embakasi West, I wish to convey my condolences to the family of Honorable Kiarao, his wife, his children, and the people of Olkalau for the loss of the Member of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I met Honorable Kiarao way before I was elected. We campaigned together. I got to know him even during the BBI process. And for those who knew, Honorable Kiarao was an outgoing person who genuinely intermingled with everyone. While we were campaigning in Jubilee, Honorable Speaker, under the Azimio coalition, it wasn't easy for some of the members, especially who came from that region in central Kenya. But then Honorable Kiarao was bold when we went out campaigning for Raila, who was the late Raila, who was our presidential candidate. And I remember going to his constituency severally during those campaigns, Honorable Speaker. Once elected Honorable Speaker, he was one of those people who I believe in this House, we formed a close bond together with Honorable Mwago and Honorable Kwenya. And we were able to interact severally. Honorable Speaker, for those who knew Honorable Kiarao, when it came to matters, roads and infrastructure, he was an expert on those matters. I consulted him severally on matters to do with his committee, the Transport Committee. And during all those interactions, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kiarao was one of those people who was willing, even as a third-termer, he never saw those of us who are serving our first term as so junior. He would take his time, sit with us, and engage with us. So this loss, Honorable Speaker, we saw him, we thought he was getting better, Honorable Speaker, and even when he was dealing with his illness, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kiarao would still come, smile, and interact with members. So for me, I feel we've lost a very good member of this House, and as a party, Jubilee, we've also lost a good member. And with that, Honorable Speaker, once again, I pass my condolences. Thank you.
Member for Kikuyu, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join the House in condoling with the family of our brother, the Honorable Kiarao, and also to condole with his wife, Jackie, his children, and the greater people, the family, the Kiarao family, including his brother Mwaneki, who is a neighbor. Honorable Speaker, also convey my condolences, mine, my families, and on behalf of the people of Kikuyu constituency, to all the people of all Kalau constituency, for this rather great loss. As Honorable Kiarao has been described by many people as a great pillar in his family, And by his family, I mean not just his immediate family, but the larger Kiaraho or his extended family, because it's a family I've known for many years. He's also an astute businessman, Honorable Speaker, and a very accomplished architect in this country. Honorable Kiaraho leaves behind a retinue of magnificent buildings designed by his firm, architecture firm, and he leaves a very rich legacy, not just to his family, but also to the people of Olkalau. Honorable Speaker, also allow me to condole with my brother and my deputy, the Honorable Owen Baya, following the loss of his mom. And I know, Honorable Speaker, there is nothing as devastating as losing a parent. And we stand with Honorable Owen Baya at a time of loss, and pray for him and the family of Honorable Kiaraho and that of the former senator for Kirinyaga, the Honorable Karaba. Pray that God will give them the fortitude to be able to move on with life, even with the loss of this great gentleman and the lady. Honorable Speaker, to pray that may the Almighty God comfort these three families.
Give him. You're done? Yes, Kipipiri, member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Kipipiri, I send a message of condolence to the family of Honorable Njuguna Kiaraho, the great people of Olkalau. Olkalau is neighboring Kipipiri constituency. In fact, we share one ward with the same people in Kaibaga ward, and it is sad and a sad moment for the people of Olkalau. Honorable Speaker, I joined this house with Honorable Kiaraho back in 2013, and as a caucus of Nyandarua, where I served as the whip, we always met every month at Jacaranda Hotel for a cup of tea as we speak matters that concern Nyandarua. Honorable Speaker, in remembrance of Honorable Kiaraho, I want to ask the government of Kenya, and I wish the majority leader could be listening, that they complete the Geta Donyujero Road, which was lobbied by Honorable Kiaraho, myself, Honorable KK, a former member for Kinagop, back in 2013. May the government review its wish to complete this road in 2028 and complete it this year in remembrance of Honorable Kiaraho. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join the Kenyans in this house to condole the family of my good brother, Mr. Honorable Kiaraho. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to pass my condolences to the great people of Korau, the great people of Nyandarua County, and more so, the beautiful family of my brother Kiaraho. Mr. Speaker, we received this news that out of sadness because, again, Mr. Kiaraho has not been feeling very well, but we thought he would come through. And I would like to thank my good brother, Mr. Minor, James Minor, who is a very, very close friend of Mr. Kiaraho, for conveying this message very early to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I would say that we have lost a great man. This man was able to balance between politics, family, and business. I've attended two weddings of his family, and here we are. He was a good businessman, he was a good politician, and I would say, Mr. Speaker, we have lost a great man. Being a third-term member of parliament, for sure I had no doubt he would have come back even on the fourth term. But God knows the way of this world. He knows when we are born and when we are called upon to back to his tables. And I wish and pray for the goodness of the family. They may have peace and tranquility and accept that a great man will be loved. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I take this opportunity to pass my condolences to the family of Honorable Kiaraho, to his friends, and even the constituents of Olkalau, and all the people from Nyandarua County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while Honorable Kiaraho may have been elected in Olkalau, he lives an illustrious career that had an impact in the city of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, if this House would remember well, the Honorable Kiaraho was an agitator for proper planning in the cities, and his efforts have been felt in areas like Kilimani, Dagoretti North, and Dagoretti South, where he has been advocating for proper city planning as a great architect, Mr. Speaker, and also holding back unplanned development in the larger Dagoretti area. And so, Honorable Speaker, even as we mourn with the people of Olkalau, we want to let them know that their member of parliament had a footprint that was larger than their constituency, larger than their county. And so, Honorable Speaker, to the family, we say a big pole, and we pray that that peace that can only be given by God shall be accorded to this family, friends, and all the constituents of Olkalau constituency. Mr. Speaker, I also quickly want to say a big pole to the family of our sergeant, and also say a big pole to the people of Kirinyaga for the loss of Honorable Karava. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On my behalf, on behalf of the people of Funyula constituency, let the people of Olkalau and Kirinyaga receive our condolences following the passing on of Honorable Kiarao and Senator Karaba. Honorable Speaker, it has been a very frightening 13th Parliament, and we do hope and pray. We do just hope and pray the bad hand does not again extend its hand to the remaining members of Parliament. I want to ask the people of Olkalau that your MP has served you well, and let God rest his peace in eternal peace. That's the way to go. Honorable Kiarao, having been a member, alumni of ADD at the University of Nairobi, as members of the built environment, join all our colleagues in saying pole to the family and we say goodbye. May we meet again. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to condole on my behalf of my family and behalf of the people of Suna East constituency, with the family of Honorable Kiaraho. Mr. Speaker, we joined with the Honorable Kiaraho this House in the year 2013. And Mr. Speaker, all said and done, Honorable Kiaraho was a good man, Mr. Speaker. I've worked with him. I know him very well, Mr. Speaker, and leadership was in his family. Mr. Speaker, he led his constituency very well, to the extent where in the last election, when there was the big wave of the UDA party in that part of the country, he managed to secure his seat under a different party, the Jubilee Party, by then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also his wife is a leader and the chair of our spouses association, Mr. Speaker. I have been told yesterday that. And that tells you that this is a family that, Mr. Speaker, was willing to serve the country. And as you know, nobody knows the time of his death, so his time has arrived. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say big pole to the people of Olkalau constituency and to his family, Mr. Speaker, and I wish them well. I pray that God stands with them at this difficult moment, Mr. Speaker, but I can confirm on the floor of this House that, Mr. Speaker, we lost a great leader, a leader who was soft-spoken, a leader who was dedicated to his work, and a leader who always thought of his constituents, Mr. Speaker, and as an architect, his contribution cannot be understated. In this city, Mr. Speaker, he has done a lot for this country, but may God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise, Honorable Speaker, with a heavy heart to mourn a colleague and a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, Honorable David Njuguna Kiaraho. Honorable Kiaraho, Honorable Speaker, was not just a lawmaker here, but he was a very committed member of Parliament, a very committed member, a very committed leader in our Kalau constituency, and a man who was very respectful of his colleagues. Honorable Speaker, had an opportunity to work with the Honorable Kiaraho for the last 3 years, and as his chair, Honorable Kiaraho was always a good member of our committee. He attended all committee meetings faithfully, and anytime he would have an issue, a reason to not show up, Honorable Kiaraho would mention to the chair that he had a reason to not show up. Honorable Speaker, I do remember Honorable Kiaraho as a man whose pet topic was the preservation of road reserves in our city estates. It's a topic he used to prosecute with a lot of eloquence and passion. Honorable Kiaraho was against the grabbing of public spaces, and we will really miss him. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Karaba, the late Senator for Kirinyaga, was my principal in Kirinyaga High School, and he was indeed a good man. I had an opportunity last Sunday.
Come, Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, may I request, Mr. Speaker, that I use this opportunity also to eulogize my son.
Go ahead.
So that with the 2 minutes may not be now. I just have a small statement.
Give you 3.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I take this moment to say apologies to the family of Honorable Kiarao, Honorable Karaba, and the mother to the Deputy Leader of Majority. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity to mourn my son, Bill Ballot Kasai Jr., on the floor of this August House. The past few days have been difficult for me and my family. Mr. Speaker, sir, Tuesday, 17th of March 2026, will remain permanently etched in my mind, as it's a day that I will never forget. I lost my son, Bill Ballot, on this date. Prior to this, Bill had been taken to Gertrude Hospital located at Timol on Langata Road on Friday, 13th March 2026 for a checkup after complaining he was unwell, and the hospital put him on antibiotics without conducting comprehensive tests to determine the cause of illness. He returned home on 16th of March, and he was returned to the same hospital following further complaints of a congested chest and high fever. Upon examination, the doctors directed that he be transferred to their main hospital for immediate admission. He was transferred using the hospital's ambulance. Gertrude Mudaiga took in the young man. He was supposed to be admitted to high dependency unit immediately, but he was not. He was subjected to a lengthy and utterly useless processes whose only impact was to subject the patient to intense and unnecessary pain as though he had not arrived in a top-rated hospital. He suffered excruciating pain in the process and at some point remarked, "Will I make it, Dad?" Well, Mr. Speaker, he did not make it. He left us at around 9 after suffering an agonizing 14-hour period while the hospital doctors and their nurses abandoned any pretense at caring for him. He was administered some antibiotics and painkillers in the process, yet it was clear that he ought to have been tested and admitted to high dependency unit. His situation deteriorated every single minute, and it was apparent to all of us except the Gertrude Hospital. Our requests for intervention from the hospital were met with either silence or half-hearted promises that a doctor will soon check on him. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the patient was stuck there, nothing much happening to him in the form of treatment. He was slipping away. Gertrude denied my son the dignity he deserved. Gertrude acted in the most callous, cold-hearted, and uncaring manner in the way they treated him. Gertrude's hospital deprived Bill, my son, the courtesy of professional service. He died, Mr. Speaker, in their hands. We buried him on the 23rd of March at our home in Kositei, Tiati constituency, Baringo County. Mr. Speaker, I have contemplated taking legal action against this hospital in court and before the regulator, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. I have reflected and organized over this cause, and we have taken the decision not to do so. We prefer to remain with the fond memories we have of Bill than have it placed with a series of court papers, summons, statements, plaints, and all. Mr. Speaker, Bill was a bubbly, joyful, fun-loving young man. He brought joy and warmth to those who interacted with, at school, at home, in church. He rarely ever missed church, and he was an active member of this Jumuiya. He was once asked by his sister Mercy to go for confession. His response was rather curt, that I don't sin. He carried with him a legacy of kindness, curiosity, and strength. He was named Ballot because he was born at a point when the Commission, IEBC, was at the height of planning and conducting countrywide by-elections in 2011. My wife was then a director at the IEBC. His name reminded us of our representative democracy, which all of us in this House seek to fulfill. He was also named Bill Kasait after myself. I have effectively lost a part of me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to you and your office for standing with us and for joining us at our village home to escort my son to his final resting place. My gratitude also goes to all members of Parliament of this House and the Senate for joining us at this moment of grief. I extend my appreciation, Mr. Speaker, to His Excellency the President, the Deputy President, and all friends who came to eulogize with us. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, allow me to borrow the words of an anonymous poet who wrote a poem titled, I Am There Inside Your Heart. The poem reads, Mr. Speaker, right now, I am in a different place. And though we seem, I am closer than I ever was. I am there inside your heart. I am with you when you greet each day. And while the sun shines bright, I am there to share the sunset too. I am with you every night. I am with you when the times are good, to share a love or two. And if a tear should start to fall, I'll still be there for you. And when that day arrives, that we no longer are apart, I'll smile and hold you close to me, forever in my heart. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, allow me first to once again condole with the Kamket family, and I'm also Honorable Kamket. Honorable Speaker, some of the issues Honorable Kamket raises are pertinent to the manner in which our hospitals conduct themselves. Honorable Speaker, when I visited Kamket's house to condole with him, just hours after you left, Honorable Speaker, I had the opportunity to engage with Honorable Kamket and his dear wife, and you could see the devastation in that family. And it reminded me of something that the Honorable member for Mosop, Honorable Kirwa, had said in this House. Again, regarding his own experience in a hospital here in Nairobi. I want to implore on the chair of the Health Committee, the Honorable Nyikal, who besides being our chair of the Health Committee is a medic, and a former director of medical services, to move with haste under his committee to inquire the manner in which we are managing our healthcare facilities, Honorable Speaker. Because there are many cases where people are losing lives that look like cases of negligence on part of our hospitals and medical officers running some of these hospitals. And as I sympathize with Honorable Kamket and his family, probably just ask Honorable Nyikala and his committee to look specifically at those hospitals where we have lost Kenyans out of issues that look like issues of or not just having very good nursing care. And I don't want to name facilities, Honorable Speaker, but they are known. And Honorable Nyikala, I'm sure, knows the facility the Honorable Kamket's son, Ballot, was in, the hospital that the Honorable Kirwa spoke about, and also the efficacy, Honorable Speaker, of the drugs, because Honorable Kirwa spoke about the efficacy of drugs that are being imported into this country. Because today is Honorable Kamket, yesterday it was Honorable Kirwa, tomorrow it will be me or you, Honorable Speaker, or any one of us here. And therefore we must ensure that our committee works to ensure that the drugs being imported into this country have the efficacy that they require, and to ensure the Pharmacy and Poisons Board is doing its work, and also ensure that all licensed facilities, Honorable Speaker, are taking care of patients. And I know there is a quality healthcare bill that is coming before the House, hopefully in the course of this week, Honorable Speaker, or next week, that Honorable Nyikala is working on. But even before the passage of that bill, if there's anything that the committee can do to assure Kenyans that whether, because many Kenyans at times prefer to go to these private health facilities expecting that you get better care. But it's sad, Honorable Speaker, that it is in these private facilities that we are seeing possible cases of negligence and also administration of drugs that don't have the efficacy that drugs should have in treatment of patients. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to say that, and once again condole with the family of Honorable Kamket. I know how painful it is to lose not just a loved one, but a son and a child. I know all of us as parents, Honorable Speaker, we can identify the Honorable Kamket and we sympathize with him and ask the Almighty God to give him strength together to continue with life.
Thank you. Honorable members, Maungu. Before Maungu you speak, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Tengecha girls from Bureti, Kericho, Chebwagan Boys High School from Bureti, Kericho, Thome Primary School from Mwea, Kirinyaga, Kithasiu Primary School from Kibwezi East, Makueni. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Yes, hold Maungu.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, this issue that has been raised by Honorable Kamket. Mr. Speaker, there is a big problem in our country. Mr. Speaker, the health program or the health facilities have been expanded. And a lot of Kenyans, I'm happy, now are enrolled in the scheme of SHA and insurances. But Mr. Speaker, the issue of quality is also very important. Mr. Speaker, there are many, many Kenyans who have been diagnosed with a disease here and who have been given, treatment has been started on them, who have traveled out of the country to seek for alternative views or to seek for further treatment, Mr. Speaker, who have been told that you have been misdiagnosed, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 cases myself, Mr. Speaker, of people who have gone to India, and when they did a further checkup and a further treatment plan, they were told you have been misdiagnosed. You are being treated for the wrong disease. You don't have this disease. Mr. Speaker, unless we deal with this issue of quality, Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes these hospitals and the medical fraternity, sometimes they behave like they're not dealing with human beings. They're like they're dealing with maybe with a tractor or a vehicle or something, or a wheelbarrow, Mr. Speaker. This is a human being, Mr. Speaker. And you know how precious a soul is. Once you lose it, you can never get another one. There is no spare for it. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue that has been raised by Honorable Kamket on the quality of medical services that this country is getting, Mr. Speaker, must be relooked into. In other countries, Mr. Speaker, for example, medical professionals are subjected to medical tests after every 3 years. In this country, you could have graduated in 1945 as a medical officer, and that license is good enough until 2027. 65 years, you don't do anything. And then, Mr. Speaker, and then medicine evolves. There are new medications, there are new procedures, there are new machines, there are new equipment that are brought up every day. You are still keeping the certificate of 1945, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the quality bill, health quality bill is coming up in this House. Mr. Speaker, that is one bill as a House, we must take it very, very serious. And we must recommend that the lives of Kenyans must be taken very serious. Quacks are all over, Mr. Speaker. Quacks who are treating Kenyans and who are, killing Kenyans in small places. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say that please, let us take the lives. You remember the guy whose car was opened in Kenyatta Hospital because he was the wrong person? You remember that case? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You should read a book called The Imaginary Invalid by Molière. It says many people don't die of the diseases they suffer from, but complications are arising out of the treatment they get. Maungu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Called The Imaginary Invalid.
For the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf, that of my family and the great people of Rwanda constituency, I wish to join my colleagues in passing and giving my condolences to our late brother and friend, Honorable Architect David Kiaraho. Mr. Speaker, David Kiaraho was one such great man. Immediately, I joined Parliament some 3 years back, Mr. Speaker. He's one of the few friends I made because of some common interests. He was a man who was quite polite, Mr. Speaker, a man that was humble, and I knew him as a friend, Mr. Speaker, having met him some 3 years ago. And therefore, on my own behalf and that of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on that of the great people of Rwanda, I do want to say pole to the family, pole to the great people of all Kalau, Mr. Speaker. I also use that opportunity to say pole to Mheshimiwa Abaya, who lost his mother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Omshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues in sending my sincere condolences on behalf of the people of Githunguri, on behalf of my family and myself, for the great loss of the great Member of Parliament for all Kalau. Mr. Speaker, last Parliament we had a fellowship that was happening in the House, around the House, of spouses of Members of Parliament. And Mr. Kiaraho, the Honorable Kiaraho, was gracious enough to allow his wife to be the chairperson of the spouses' wives in that fellowship. And she led us and gave us wisdom and direction on a few matters that regards spouses that share houses with their other spouses who are politicians. Mr. Speaker, the guidance and the leadership that the Honorable Kiaraho gave or provided to his wife, who was our chair, was a very clear indication that the Honorable Kiaraho was a family man, was a very sensitive leader, and was accommodative. And to my surprise, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know that the Honorable Kiaraho is an old boy of Alliance Boys High School. You know, we have a culture of those who went to Alliance High School don't allow us to speak in this house. Of headache. They give us a lot of headache, led by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah. But I was surprised that Kiaraho was an old boy of Alliance, and he didn't shout a lot. He didn't shout much. But we are happy that the Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, being a former disciplinary prefect in the school, has been doing what he was supposed to be doing even when he was a student. So that we appreciate. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the Honorable Kanket.
Give her 1 minute.
Yeah, a minute. Mr. Speaker, if you could give me a minute to just...
I've given you.
Thank you, sir. To just amplify what Honorable Kamket has said in this House. There are so many mothers like myself who have found themselves in a situation where Mrs. Kamket was, where you walk in with a baby in a hospital, you are given the wrong diagnosis, you are taken from one room to the other without any solution, and finally, we experience what Honorable Kamket and family have gone through. Mr. Speaker, I can't wait for the day the bill on quality health care will land in this House. And we can assure you, Mr. Speaker, this thing must come to an end. We must make sure that we ascertain the quality of care that we are providing to our patients under the hands of healthcare providers. I don't know where that bill is, at what stage, but I can't wait to see it here. I will make sure that I air my views and condemn the irregularities and procedural procedures that have been going through in the corridors of our hospital at the expense of money-making and commercialization of healthcare. Mr. Speaker, allow me to send my sincere condolences to all affected this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Farah Malim. We are
Mr.
almost
Speaker,
coming to an
yeah,
end.
I also want to join, I wish to join my colleagues in also condoling with the nation on the untimely death of our brother, David Kerao. Mr. Speaker, there is a serious problem in this country. And I can tell you we have a serious problem because since the devolution, Mr. Speaker, you go to a county which has got a level 4, level 5 hospital. And there's a health sector. And the CEO, the chief officer in the health sector in those places is a nurse. The nurse is supposed to supervise and administer professionals, doctors who are consultants like Professor Nyikal, pediatricians, oncologists, endocrinologists. They are supposed to, there's a problem. There's a serious problem. They feel intimidated, and those nurses have an opportunity now to show their raw power to people who are geniuses in their field. So doctors are not motivated. Skills is not motivated. Education, knowledge is not appreciated. And unless we're able to do something about that, Mr. Speaker, I have a case in my own county in which a brilliant doctor who qualified at the top of his class as a pediatrician was supposed to go back for fellowship. But because he has to apply to a nurse who is his chief officer, or apply to a CEC who has knowledge of what you call medicine itself, what do they do? They frustrate that doctor. Mr. Speaker, the doctor is called Dr. Abdihakim Rono. Mr. Speaker, protect me from... Can I have 2 more minutes?
No, you can't have to. Give him 1 minute.
Oh, yeah. The doctor is... Can I have the last? Mr. Speaker, they've already taken my 1 minute gone, so give me another minute here. You see, the doctor now was supposed to come back to Kenyatta for a fellowship. A fellowship is literally the pinnacle of his field. But because he did not talk very well to the chief officer, who is a nurse, did not talk very well to the CEC, who is not a medical person, they say they are going to discipline him, and we're losing that opportunity right now. 47 endocrinologists were supposed to be trained as fellows here in Kenyatta by the professors. And I have a letter here, which was sent by one of the top lecturers in the country here in medicine, Dr. Lucy Mungai, calling for the county to say, please release him to us. Classes have already started. And if you don't release him by the end of February, then the chance is lost. And they have refused. They said he has to go through a disciplinary medical process that will take months. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a commission. We need to have a team. We need to have an inquiry that essentially looks into the entire medical field in this country. The devolution has destroyed that sector, completely destroyed that sector. And doctors have problems. So you will find a governor will appoint his relative, and make that relative a CEO, a CEC, who is probably a diploma holder in nursing, and she's supposed to supervise PhD holders in that field. supposed to supervise people like Dr. Nyikal. I come from a medical family myself, Dr. Speaker. My son is an ENT surgeon. My daughter is specialized in pediatrics. My wife is a doctor, PhD. Pediatrics. There is a problem. There is a lot of frustration on the parts of those enlightened medical, staff that we have in this country here. Because it is bad the way things are being run now. And unless it's going to be run very well, we will always have medical mismanagement all over. You actually look at medical mismanagement in Nairobi. You imagine what are the
Your time is up. Komingoi.
We need you to take this on and try and save this country.
Thank you.
And I want you to take this responsibility now and tell us you will save the medical sector of this country, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem. We have a serious problem.
Point made, we'll take it up. Dr. Nyikal is hearing us. Thank you.
I think, Honorable Speaker, you will give the chair.
Honorable members, since I see a few other interests, I'll give you a minute each so that we move to other business.
Thank you, Honorable.
Take 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to eulogize David Kiarao, an architect and a very dedicated member of the Transport Committee whom we served together in this House. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that Kiarao was a beautiful soul, an intellectual in his work, and a man who committed himself to so many things, especially the built environment in this country and Nairobi. As Honorable Wamushomba may have stated that Honorable Kiarao went to Alliance and he never shouted about it, it's probably, Honorable Speaker, he finished his A-levels in the Nairobi school, which may have served to tamper his ego among the Busharians, as we call them, and understood the nature and the demeanor of the great Nairobi school students and the great Nairobi school that we all served in. And number two, Honorable Speaker, is that in all this, I think one thing that remains is the legacy to be provided for, and we in the Committee of Roads and Transport, we will be able to further the discussion of pedestrian walks, the exercise that has been started around the redesign of Nairobi to be able to provide commuting easy for all road users in the country. We want to say pole to the family, pole to the people of Olkalau, and to the community of Parliament, and say may the good Lord rest.
Member for Mumias West. Mumias West, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in sending my condolences to the family of my friend, Honorable Kiarao. Honorable Speaker, just November last year, we traveled with Honorable Kiarao to London, and he did not even show any signs of illness. And from there, I have not seen him much, but we have been meeting in the committee. I didn't know that he was sick. But as fate takes it, it was God's fate, and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Dr. Nyikal, give Nyikal 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Kwenya, you'll
let me
conclude.
also take this opportunity to pass my condolences of those of my constituents to the people of Kalau for the loss of Honorable Kiarao, the people of Kirinyaga for the loss of their former senator, and also to our colleague, Honorable Kamket. Mr. Speaker, the basic and Honorable Owen Baya for the loss of his mother. Mr. Speaker, the basic issue that's coming here is how, as a country, we actually listen to professionals. And I'll take from Honorable Kiarao, I'm actually, and I discussed with him, he was very particular about adhering to professional standards in the built environment. And he actually realized what many of us probably don't know, that the problem of Nairobi of floods that we see were actually noticed in 1906, and the professional was not listened to up to date, including by the famous Churchill when he was secretary for the colonial secretary. But what then comes out, Honorable Speaker, is the professionals sometimes probably miss out. But what is more important is for them to actually have opportunity to express and also to be listened to. Many times, professionals don't fight out. If they find that systems are done such a way that they don't fight, they let it go. But to that extent, I take it that as a parliament, actually, we have tried, and there's a bill of quality of care that our committee has gone through. That bill is actually coming to the House very soon, and it is on safety and quality of care. But what I'll also say, Mr. Speaker, I've also noticed
Don't just
that
deal with quality of care. Also deal with the issue, I think Farah or somebody raised, or Junet, continuous training and improvement of skills.
Mr. Speaker,
That's what adds to
Mr. Speaker, all doctors are actually licensed every year, and actually what you have to attain in terms of continuing education every year that
Because
they
there's
do.
some clinics you go to, Dr. Nyikal.
So,
Just hold. You find some elderly medic, the only thing that shows he's a doctor is the stethoscope. Yes. And nothing else. There's no book, there's no reference material around him, there's no nothing, just giving imaginary prescriptions.
Mr. Speaker, I do.
That bill is so important that being a respected medic, I'm ready to give you time to do much more research to make sure that it's all inclusive in terms of medical.
Thank you very much, because actually we were looking at that bill. We were looking at that bill actually last week, and that bill is going to come here. It is actually, that bill is going to be important, and we may actually say need more time to go into details of that bill, even when it comes to the point of discussion. We'll look at it. But what I'll also advise our colleagues here is that when matters like this occur, there was the issue of the drugs, there's the issue of Honorable Kamket. It is important to actually take the matter up. Like in this particular case, I really would like him to take it up with the Medical Practitioner Dentist Council. He can even actually petition our committee so that we look at it in more details. So when these matters come here and we raise them and leave it there, unless somebody takes it up, we look at these regulatory authorities, Pharmacy and Poisons Board, we look at the Medical Dentist Council, and then we can actually take the matter up. So I agree, there's a lot we need to look at in the health sector. But Honorable Farah also alluded to some issue that even if we look at the working conditions, even if you look at the working conditions, Mr. Speaker, you realize that until recently, every time we were passing, there were people demonstrating at the gate. We have actually managed as a committee to actually put some money to actually look at their working conditions, their training, and so on, and you don't see them anymore. We still have a bit, but we are working on it. There are many structural issues in the health sector. Looking at the issue of the Health Services Commission, the provision in the Health Act 2017, the relationship with the Council of Governors that I agree we need to look at. But our colleagues who have had issues like this, please do not leave it, let it pass. Let us look at the appropriate regulatory authorities and take them to task on what they should do. So definitely there are structural issues, and the committee is looking at it, and let us all, but I'll just say one last thing. As members of this House, I've also noticed that there seems to be a higher death rate than we have seen before, but I know a lot of it come from cancers. I think we have the best scheme of service, and I think we should actually take time, virtually every year, to get ourselves screened. Screening is the best, early detection is the best, and those of us who have the opportunity, like members, should take advantage of that. Mr. Speaker, we as a committee will do our best to make sure that in whatever way we can, we improve the services for our people. Thank you.
Kwenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to eulogize my friend, the Honorable David Kiaraho. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to send my message of condolences to the family and the people of Okalau constituency in Nyandarua County at large following the demise of our beloved David. Mr. Speaker, it is painful to even imagine that this amiable person, a lovely soul, a very humble person who God has blessed in many ways, a wealthy person, in many aspects, both academically and whichever wise, but unfortunately, his time has come to rest. I want to, in brief, just to give the people of Kalau an assurance that nothing will be lost. Whatsoever thing that the Member of Parliament stood for, we are going to make sure that nothing is lost. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to say much, but the family appreciates the kind of support that they're getting from the National Assembly and from the membership of this House, and I urge members to continue paying visits to the late honorable member's house just to comfort the family. And when the day comes for us to go and rest him, I beseech members that we join in numbers so that then we go down there and give him befitting send-off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for all the support that you've given us.
Thank you, members. Belachi, 1 minute. I want to close this here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to send my condolences to the people of Al-Kalau and more importantly to the family of Kiaraho.
Okay, you take 1 minute.
Aman,
Karani,
I went.
1 minute. Rindikiri, you close with 1 minute.
Man, I went to his constituency for many, many projects, programs, and even campaigned with. Mr. Speaker, I will say this, that in this country, if we are not going to deal with the matter of medication, drugs, generics, what is happening, why we are misdiagnosed and given the wrong drugs, is that we have left everything in the hands of the same institution that is supposed, Mr. Speaker, to take care of us, but have decided not to do the right thing. And Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, and I just ask for 1 minute, is that in this country right now, Kenyans who have suffered in the hands of being misdiagnosed by the best hospitals, not just one, all the hospitals that you see, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad. It is sad that when you move out and go out for now more care, you realize the doctors there are wondering, what type of these medications are you being given? You've been given medications, they have distorted your body until you have become more sick than the first time you entered a hospital. And this is something, this house is not about even a cover. Many Kenyans are crying. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, we must allow Kenyans now, when you have a sick patient, you are allowed to go somewhere for an independent person to look at your bill.
Give a half a minute. Finish. Yes.
To look at your bill, the amount of money we are paying in hospitals, it is absolutely wrong, unfair in God's eyes that in this country, health has become a profitable sector than what was supposed to be done. And Kenyans are paying millions of drugs you can't understand, Mr. Speaker. I beg that this House must now come in order to enforce some of the rules, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Karani. Kirima, sorry. Oh, that's Gashagwa. You look alike. I thought it was Kirima. Gashagwa. Member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
1 minute. You have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to eulogize with the other Kenyans on the passing of our great colleague, Honorable David Kiaraho. Honorable Speaker, this was a great man, and personally, as the only first-termer Nyandarua Member of Parliament, he was very instrumental in his guiding me when I joined this Parliament. And I can say that the people of Al-Kalau and the people of Nyandarua at large have lost such a gentleman. And in a way, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that as he was mainly referred to, that your power rest in peace. Thank you.
Rindigiri. Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to eulogize all the families of those people who have passed on, but specifically my very good friend, Architect Kialau. I met Kialau in the last parliament. We are both in the transport committee. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when the concept of housing was being born, Kialau played a great part in developing that concept. And we have grown, we grew up with him in the committee. I remember I was fired from the committee, and it's only Kialau who went to petition the speaker to reinstate me in the committee. That shows how he was a kind man. Mr. Speaker, this issue of the hospitals. My nephew came to my house yesterday, and they their kid that died at the Gertrude Hospital at day 15. And up to now, nobody knows why that kid died. The medication and the abandonment until the family gave up. I think there is a serious issue of negligence. It's a serious problem of misdiagnosis. It's a serious problem of costings. And there's a serious generally of medication that are being prescribed to our people. I stand to support the feelings of other members that we need a serious an analysis of what is really happening with our hospitals and specifically the medical practitioners, some of them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go back to, I'll not allow you if I want to close this. We've done more than 1.5 hours. I'll now allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Maranda High School from Bondo, Siaya, Kiamwangi High School from Gatundu, Kiambu. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Let's go back to order number 4. Clerk.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 31st March 2026. The following legal notice, explanatory memorandum, evidence of stakeholders, consultation and public participation report of stakeholder on the regulations from the Ministry of Roads and Transport. 1, legal notice number 17 of 2026 relating to the Civil Aviation Meteorological Service for Air Navigation Regulations 2025. 2, legal notice number 18 of 2026 relating to the Civil Aviation Communication Procedures Regulations 2025. 3, legal notice number 19 of 2026 relating to the Civil Aviation. Give me the mic, please.
Go on.
Number 3, legal notice number 19 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation operations of aircraft helicopter regulations 2025. Number 4, legal notice number 20 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation approved maintenance organization regulations 2025. Number 5, legal notice number 21 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation environment protection aircraft noise regulations 2025. Number 6, legal notice number 22 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation licensing of air service regulations 2025. Number 7, legal notice number 23 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation aircraft nationality and registration marks regulations 2025. Number 8, legal notice number 24 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation regulations 2025. Number 9, legal notice of 2025 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation radio navigation and aids regulations 2025. Number 10, legal notice number 26 of relating to civil aviation construction of visual and instrumental flight procedures regulations 2025. Number 11, legal notice number 27 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation certification of air navigation service providers regulations 2025. Number 12, legal notice number 28 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation units of measurement to be used in air and ground operations regulations 2025. Number 13, legal notice number 29 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation operation of aircraft for commercial air transport, aeroplanes, regulations 2025. Number 14, legal notice of number 30 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation air traffic services regulations 2025. Number 15, legal notice number 31 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation security regulations 2025. Number 16, legal notice number 32 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation safe management regulations 2025. Number 17, legal notice number 33 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation aeronautical search and rescue regulations 2025. Number 18, legal notice number 37 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation airworthiness regulations 2025. Number 19, 2026, legal notice number 38 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation communication system regulations 2025. Number 20, legal notice number 40 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation unnamed aircraft system regulations 2025. And 21, legal notice number 42 of 2026 relating to the civil aviation air operation certification and administration regulations 2025. B, legal notice number 43 of 2026 relating to the Public Benefits Organization regulations 2026, explanatory memorandum, validation report regulations, impact statement and public participation report from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. C, the agreement establishing the African Legal Support Facility from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. D, 57th monetary statement from the National Treasury. E, intergovernmental partnership agreement between national government through the Ministry of Education and the county government of Kakamega. F, Auditor General summary report on national government for the financial year 2024-2026. And G, report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by government from 1st September 2025 to 31st December 2025 from the National Treasury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
you say, let papers to be laid. The Honorable Mishimboko, you have some papers to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 31st March 2026. Report of the Parliament of Kenya delegation to the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women held in New York, USA from 11th to 22nd March 2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next one. Do we have the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives? Please, you have papers to lay also. Yeah, proceed, Madam Marianne.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 31st March 2026. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of 1, the Local Content Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2025, and 2, the Micro and Small Enterprises Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Fair enough. The chairperson of Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education. Yes, Honorable Menje, proceed. You have some papers to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 31st March 2026. The 8th report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the audited financial statements of institutions of higher learning, Eastern Region, for the financial years 2018 to 2019, 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, and finally 2023-2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Fair enough. I would again require chairpersons. I don't know if the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee is here. Honorable Mishimboko. The order paper has a matter in which you have to lay some papers. She has done it. She was the leader of the delegation, but this is a different thing. The delegation to the UK, okay, US, the same too. Okay, fair enough. This was maybe put in twice. You're excused. The chairperson, public investments, that one has also been done. Committee on delegated, fair enough. Next. The Committee on Delegated Legislation. Who is there? Who is here? Proceed, the Honorable.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 31st March 2026. Reports of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of 1, the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers, Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations published as Legal Notice number 7 of 2026, and 2, the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund, Regulations published as Legal Notice number 190 of 2025.
Fair enough. I think we have only one question, and the member who had filed the question has requested for it to be deferred to another date. So next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Proceed. There being no notice of motion. Who? Yeah. Honorable Chair of the Public Investments Committee, can you proceed and give a notice of motion?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of audited financial statements of institutions of higher learning, Eastern Region, for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, 2022-2023, and 2023-2024, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, I can see in the order paper, the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, he has not given a notice of motion. He has not laid the papers on the table, and under the circumstances, he cannot give a notice of a motion. And that same also goes to Madame Mboko. She's supposed to give a notice of motion. She has left. I think I was right when I drew her attention not to leave. Yes. I now need the chairperson committee on delegated legislation on the reports.
Yeah, thank you,
The
Honourable
committee
Speaker.
on its consideration.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have two notices of motion to move. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations
Is
2025.
it motor card or motor car?
Motor car.
Card.
Car.
Card, then you have a D there.
No, there is, I
There's
think
a
somebody,
topographic error.
No, it is very popular now. There's something called uko na kadi. So I think the person mine was thinking in that manner.
That should be corrected. It's motor car.
Is motor car, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Amendment Regulation 2025 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, this House approves the Public Finance Management State Officers and Public Officers Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 7 of 2026. The second notice of motion I would like to give, Mr. Speaker, is this. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, this House approves the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund Regulations 2025, published as legal notice number 190 of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
There is only one question, and I understand the questioner did seek the indulgence of the chair to defer it to another date, and it's so directed. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulations.
Chairperson on the Committee on Delegated Legislation should still take up the chair.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The floor, yeah.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulations 2025, legal notice number. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I think somebody mistyped the moving notes. Should have typed correctly. I wish to.
Fair enough. You have the right papers now. Proceed.
Yeah, I apologize. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(2), subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, this House approves the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulations, published as legal notice number 169 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, these regulations were forwarded to this House for consideration and referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for exhaustive consideration. Mr. Speaker, we invited the Minister for Finance, the Honorable John Mbadi, who was our former member here, who was accompanied by the Director of Public Prosecution to present the regulations. And Mr. Speaker, the regulations were presented before the committee, and we interrogated those regulations. And Mr. Speaker, after considering those regulations, we then brought the report of the committee to this House. Mr. Speaker, the regulations were created pursuant to Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, which empowers the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance to establish national public finance funds with the approval of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the funds that has been established by the Cabinet Secretary, and it requires, therefore, the approval of this House before it is operationalized. Mr. Speaker, the committee has scrutinized these regulations against the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, and the Statutory Instruments Act. And pursuant to Section 16 of the Statutory Instruments Act, the committee held consultative meetings with various stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, to clarify the policy intent, particularly from the Ministry of Finance, the structure of accountability, the anticipated impact before making its final recommendation. We also examined, Mr. Speaker, the question of public participation consultation. That is a requirement under Article 10 and Article 118 of the Constitution, which is a mandatory requirement before regulations are considered for approval. The regulatory making authority must demonstrate sufficient and adequate public participation that they must have undertaken with regard to any regulations that they are made. For in this case, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance did undertake public participation. They established a multi-agency task force comprising the National Treasury and the Office of the Public Prosecution, which undertook stakeholder consultation. Public participation was conducted through notices published in the National Treasury website and in the MyGov newspaper of 8th October 2024, in line with the Constitution and the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. Further, the National Treasury prepared a regulatory impact statement in compliance with Part 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act, providing an evidence-based analysis of the costs and benefits of the fund, Mr. Speaker. In practical terms, Mr. Speaker, the ODPP is the custodian of the public interest in criminal justice system that ensures that offenders are brought to court and that they prosecute these offenders fairly and that the rights of victims and accused persons are upheld. Article 157 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, establishes this office and gives it this central mandate. Mr. Speaker, the nature of crimes in our country and generally globally has changed dramatically that the ODPP now confronts. As you know, Mr. Speaker, crime has become viral. Become viral in the sense that it is now been operationalized through IT systems. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House have suffered the consequences of these IT crimes, Mr. Speaker. I remember there was a member of parliament, Mr. Speaker. He traveled out of this country, and since he had an eSIM in their mobile, the criminals in this country, Mr. Speaker, what they have done is when they know that you have traveled out of this country, they go and apply for a physical SIM, when they know that you have a mobile which has an eSIM. And when they apply, they purport to have your ID in collusion with members of the mobile companies, Mr. Speaker. And they would use your SIM, now the physical SIM. The circles have a loan in which when you borrow, within 1 minute, it is dispersed to you. Indeed, this money was dispersed to these criminal gangs who were waiting for the money. And Mr. Speaker, if you can see how crime has percolated into our society, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes the ODPP does not have sufficient resources to investigate some of these crimes and to prosecute them adequately and effectively in our courts, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the complex nature of the economic crimes that are being committed now in our country and globally, and particularly financial crimes, which include money laundering, illicit financial flows, cyber crimes and offenses committed using using ICT, transnational organized crimes, Mr. Speaker, involving multi-jurisdictions and the need for international cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I was in court recently, and while I was there were 3 gentlemen that were being charged for a crime they committed in Kenya. They committed in the US, but based in Kenya. And they were seeking extradition proceedings to extradite these Kenyans so that they can be charged in the US because they used ICT systems to remove money from the US to Kenya, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, the crimes have become very sophisticated, and also corruption has also become very sophisticated. Procurement fraud has also become very sophisticated, that demands specialized financial and forensic capacity, Mr. Speaker, of the DPP. Mr. Speaker, if the ODPP and investigative agencies, Mr. Speaker, do not have predictable ring-fence resources for such cases, we risk a situation where complex criminal enterprises are better financed than the state agencies tasked with dismantling them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, justice is then not only delayed, but, Mr. Speaker, is diluted and in some cases, Mr. Speaker, defeated. Not because our laws are weak, but because our institutions lack sufficient finances to enforce them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these regulations seek to provide sufficient safeguards against misuse and abuse of public funds, Mr. Speaker, so that any money that will be put into this fund, Mr. Speaker, will be adequately used and will be used in a manner that will have value for what we Kenyans expect them to do. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that this House appreciates that what we are doing through these regulations are consistent with global practices in asset recovery and criminal justice financing. In the United States, in the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, the Crown Prosecution Services, that's popularly called CPS, and other agencies participate in the Asset Recovery Incentivization Scheme, what is popularly known as ARIs. ARIs, Mr. Speaker, share the assets confiscated under the Proceeds of Crime Act, Mr. Speaker, and is returned to the police forces, prosecutors, and courts to support further crime-fighting activities. CPS in the UK, Mr. Speaker, provides guidance on proceeds of crime and emphasizes the confiscation is not just punitive. It deters crime and deprives offenders of their gains and reduces the funds availability that is available for further crime enterprises, Mr. Speaker. In South Africa has the Criminal Assets Recovery Account, what is popularly known as CARA, not our CARA, the one for the County Allocation of Revenue Act, Mr. Speaker. This is CARA, the Criminal Assets Recovery Account, which is established under the Prevention of Organized Crimes Act of 1998, operates as a special account within the National Revenue Fund into which money and property forfeited to the state are paid into, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of being used by the criminal system itself to ward off those that are seeking to destabilize the country, Mr. Speaker. These regulations, Mr. Speaker, ensures that crime will not pay, that our prosecutors will be properly equipped to match the sophistication of modern criminal enterprises. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the asset recovery is not a mere statistics. It is a tangible investment in the justice system. Mr. Speaker, this, the establishment of this fund, in fact, is much delayed, Mr. Speaker, and it behoves this House that we move with the necessary speed to ensure that we approve this so that the proceeds of crime are placed into this fund to assist the ODPP in fighting crime in this nation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the members of the Committee on Delegated Legislation who participated very effectively in considering these regulations. And that, Mr. Speaker, these regulations are therefore constitutional in its drafting and statutory, and also meets all the necessary tenets of the regulation of the Statutory Instruments Act. And so, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Sunguli to second.
Honorable Sunguli, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Delegated Legislation, of which I'm a member, has looked into these regulations with a tooth comb under our able chairman, Honorable Jepkonga, and a very, very vibrant team. We looked at these regulations. And indeed, we were able to say that these regulations are in compliance with the Constitution, they are in compliance with the Statutory Instruments Act, and they are in compliance with our general policy as a country. Mr. Speaker, in seconding this motion, I want to put it succinctly that this is a development of the way in which we deal with our economic crimes. In the days past, you could steal a lot of money, millions of shillings, hide it somewhere and go to jail and come back and enjoy that money. But the law has since changed, that actually, if you steal money and you are caught with it, apart from serving your term in jail, you also return them, you must also bring back the money. It is recovered from you. Now, these regulations, Mr. Speaker, tells you now that the money which is recovered from the proceeds of crime will go to a special fund. And we are now creating this fund so that, first, we emphasize that crime does not pay. Secondly, that the money that you took will now be used to develop the same criminal system, the same criminal anti-criminal system that caught you. So the funds that we are depositing in this fund will be used to train people in the ODPP, will be used to train the police, will be used to benefit society in other ways. So this is a very essential development in how we deal with our economic crimes. So these are regulations which have been waited for a long time. As a delegated legislation committee, we have, on behalf of Parliament, looked at them and can say that they are good for this House to pass. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, Honorable Kaluma, take a seat, Honorable Kaluma. Mr. Speaker, I propose a question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management, Public Prosecution Fund Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 11th of March, the year 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 412A. This House approves the Public Finance Management, Public Prosecution Fund Regulations published as legal notice number 169 of 2025. Am I registering? Is this a true reflection of the ones who want to contribute, MPs, honorable members. Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Committee of Delegated Legislation for reviewing and approving the regulations on public finance management, public prosecution fund, regulations published as Legal Notice 169 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, when we were in school, we used to have the adage that justice delayed is justice denied. Many times, Honorable Speaker, the wheels of justice move too slowly. By the time they come into the logical conclusion, it has either been overtaken by event, or the person who ought to be punished has been overpunished to an extent that any further punishment is just unfair, extremely unfair. And many, Honorable Speaker, many times, the wheels of justice move slowly because the prosecution does not put its case together, does not move with speed to prosecute. We must admit, Honorable Speaker, that over time, a lot has changed. Many years back, it's the ordinary policeman who would go to court to prosecute a matter. Because of limited exposure, limited training, and limited education, it obviously hindered the progress of criminal justice. Over the years, with the new constitution and changes all over, we established an independent office of Director of Public Prosecution, Office of Public Prosecution, which has infused some element of professionalism. But, Honorable Speaker, we are still lagging behind. Why do we lag behind? Because the disconnect between the Office of Public Prosecution and those charged with investigating cases. Honorable Speaker, there has been very many instances where files have been submitted to Office of Public Prosecution, but they have not been they cannot proceed because of those gaps. So we just hope one of the things that this fund will achieve is to set the checklist of what needs to be covered before a file is forwarded to the Office of Public Prosecution for purposes of prosecuting the case in court. A case can never be properly prosecuted if it fails to achieve a conviction, because then it means there has been a problem. Honorable Speaker, many times the prosecutors will tell you we are overburdened. We are overburdened, we are understaffed, we can't move. We also hope, Honorable Speaker, that this fund will ensure there's adequate capacity built over time, there is adequate training, intergenerational team, that there's sufficient succession planning so that at any given time, if any person leaves, there should be no gap at all. Honorable Speaker, it's sometimes very interesting. A whole county could only be having one senior prosecutor. And you can see the myriad of cases that come every day. So it means cases slow down, they cannot move with the time. I have liked the presentation on the mention that there is a chance that any forfeited process of crime, all recovered process of crime will be forfeited to this fund for purpose of building capacity. But Honorable Speaker, remember, the funds that have been stolen are public funds that cannot only be ring-fenced to one particular department. I would probably over time, if procedures allow, we must amend so that there's a share on the percent that can be retained and percent that goes back to the consolidated fund or the National Treasury for purposes of continuing to undertake all the issues at hand. We just hope, Honorable Speaker, again for many years, there has always been this joke that why bother with the prosecutor if you can buy a judge? Why bother with the prosecutor if you can buy a magistrate? I just hope with this fund, we are going to solve that issue so that we build confidence in the judiciary, because this is a whole ecosystem of judicial system that we need to work on. Honorable Speaker, allied to this, Honorable Speaker, this fund will not achieve the intended purpose if we do not deal with the Witness Protection Unit. Because without the witnesses being protected elsewhere, Honorable Speaker, again, the work of a prosecutor comes to naught. There has been so many cases, Honorable Speaker. A person has committed a crime. He has been arraigned in court with a new constitution has been given, has been granted bail. He goes and interferes with the witnesses, actually goes to the extent of eliminating witnesses that are supposed to testify against that particular person. We do hope there'll be a collaboration between this office and that one of witness protection, so that the witnesses are protected adequately. We make sure we proceed. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude in support, I just want to wish and ask the Office of Public Prosecutor should not be.
Fair enough. The Honorable Komingoi is Komingoi in here. The MP for Bureti. What about the Honorable KJ, John Waweru? KJ, did you forget your full names? I thought, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of this motion on the consideration of the public finance management and in specifically public prosecution fund regulations, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we in this House do fully understand the hierarchy of our laws. That right at the top there, we've got our constitution, Mr. Speaker. Then we've got the laws that we make in this House. And then we've got the subsidiary regulations, Mr. Speaker. And these specific regulations, Mr. Speaker, are speaking to matters that are in this new world that is driven by technology, that is driven by connectivity, the internet, and even devices, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, without putting or belaboring the point, I want to say that the work that has been done by this committee is great work that we are all in support of. And, Mr. Speaker, I do stand to support. I thank you.
The Honorable Mias Yamina, MP for Malindi. She actually is in the House, but she probably does not want to contribute. Do you want to contribute on
No,
this?
thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I have nothing to contribute for now.
The Honorable MP for Nyando. We have some unfinished business, me and you.
Yes,
Proceed.
and it will be a month before the D-Day. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the public finance management, the public prosecutions fund regulations, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, firstly, the committee has done a splendid job on this. There is an urgent need to empower the Office of Public Prosecutions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the public prosecutions was a department within the Attorney General's office, in the State Law Office, Honorable Speaker, they did not have the machinery, the wherewithal, the power, which Dr. Buru is looking for, together with us, to do public prosecutions, Honorable Speaker. When the new constitution delineated the Office of the Public Prosecutions as a standalone department, Honorable Speaker, we have seen a lot of movements, a lot of good work being done by the public prosecutions. What they now lack is the adequate funding to capacity build so that they can quicken the pace of delivering justice to Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it has always been said that justice delayed is justice denied. That is a common phrase, Honorable Speaker, which therefore needs to be backed up by capacitating that office so that Kenyans can achieve justice, Honorable Speaker. You look, for example, cases touching on corruption, Honorable Speaker, they take forever to be prosecuted. They take forever in the courts of law, Honorable Speaker. It is mention after mention, deferment after deferment. And therefore, if this office will be capacitated in order that they can have enough personnel to prosecute matters that come before them, justice will finally be fast-tracked on this part of the continent, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, prosecutors deal with criminals who are endowed with resources. And if you pay them less, they fall the temptation of taking monies from would-be suspects, Honorable Speaker, which then injure the process of delivering justice to victims, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, if this office will be well resourced, the Office of the Public Prosecutions, Honorable Speaker, if well resourced, then it goes without saying that justice will not only seem to be done, but will actually be done faster and in a more efficient manner, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we understand that the DCI, together with the EACC, must work in tandem with the public prosecution, and therefore they cannot be left behind. You know, the courts in Kenya had to make a determination as to who takes matters before a court of law. You remember when there was a tussle between the office of the DCI and that of the prosecutor, Honorable Speaker. And courts had to make a determination that it is the work of the prosecutors to take matters before court and to prosecute, and not the work of DCI, Honorable Speaker. So such interferences would only emanate as a result of lack of proper funding to the Public Prosecution's Office, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this needs to be supported. We need to raise capacity to the Office of the Public Prosecution's, Honorable Speaker, so that they can do what they need to within the shortest possible space of time. Otherwise, Kenyans will still be reeling under the heavy yoke of injustice, which only brings more problems, more poverty, more anxiety to the Kenyan populace, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I thank you for the opportunity, and I stand to support.
The Honorable Dr. Gideon Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we always say that independence of functions, once you are tied to functions that are made clear, what needs to follow is the ability to do those functions, and that is financing. There's no need of a clear office, public office that is given some good latitude in terms of independence of its functions, not to be with funds. So I really come up to support this, Mr. Speaker, and it's one thing that may help us in terms of the prosecution process that we're having in this country. There's generally a big problem. If you look at the line of prosecution, all the way from the smallest courts to the highest court, public prosecution is something that really has to be looked at. And there's a general problem as at now, Mr. Speaker, particularly in the criminal justice system. We don't look at it adequately. And one of the ways of trying to look at it adequately is financing the prosecution office is critical, because at the moment there are many things that are happening at the local levels, particularly in the lower courts. Legal counsels, for example, in the name of the prosecution, are trying to exhaust cases as though they are the magistrates or the judges, because there's a firm instruction that they must only take cases that they are able to win or they have to win in court. So there's a general problem that if we don't look at the criminal justice system as it is at the moment, definitely there are big challenges. So you get our counsels or our prosecutors at local level dealing with, they have to appear like they are magistrates first. They must make sure that they look at those who are brought in as suspects. They must see due diligence in terms of this. So what's happening in the process, Mr. Speaker, is that the suspects are, in the end, working with the police and with the prosecutors, so that their cases are sorted out before they get to court. And the best way to handle this is that if the public prosecution office has funds, has money, that they are able to run their systems independent of the police and independent of the judiciary. I think this is where things may be working right for this country. So I stand supporting the Speaker.
There appears to be no. Yes, the Honorable Irene Mayaka, you are recognized to make your contributions. Do you have any member interested in the motion after Honorable Irene Mayaka? Is the Honorable Kibet Komingo in the house? The Honorable John Kiragu, you want to contribute to this? Yeah, he's certainly not interested. So after Honorable Irene Mayaka, the mover will reply. Honorable Irene Mayaka, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Chair of the Committee on Delegation for bringing this particular report. And Honorable Speaker, just as it has been said by other members, we all usually say that justice delayed is justice denied. And so, Honorable Speaker, considering all the issues that are currently being experienced by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, I think this is a very beneficial regulation for them because it seeks to address the matters that are currently ongoing, issues such as case backlogs and delays, operational constraints that even affect the investigation process that is conducted by the Office of the Public Prosecution, low prosecution success rate because of the fatigue that comes in as a result of the backlog, weekend corruption issues, staffing challenges, all these very many challenges. And Honorable Speaker, you being a seasoned lawyer know very well that when it comes to the regulations that we have in place for civil procedures and criminal procedures, it gets really affected because we do have proper procedures on paper and in the laws that we have in this country. But then again, the fact that there is no fund that seeks to support this particular office, it makes those efforts become wasted, and it makes those efforts not gain anything possible for this country. Honorable Speaker, a lot of people who have cases that are currently pending, that are work in progress, some that are just files are gathering dust in different offices, they should be very glad for this particular regulation. And we want to thank the committee because I can see the timeline in which they've taken to actually look at this matter, prosecute it, do public participation, and bring it for us to be able to debate so that it can then go on to the next level, has been very impressive. Honorable Speaker, mine is just to urge the people who are supposed to now implement this particular law to ensure that that is now fast-tracked so that it begins the work that is meant to do immediately to support the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. With those few remarks, I support and I submit. I thank you.
Thank you. The mover may now reply.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to sincerely thank you and to thank all the members who have contributed to this motion on the passage of the public prosecution fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have the ODPP college, which is not adequately funded, Mr. Speaker. With this fund, with the approval of this fund, Mr. Speaker, and the payment that will be made, the payments that will come out of the proceeds of crime that will go into this fund, will assist in equipping and training prosecutors in very modern and sophisticated methods of investigation and prosecution to ensure that cases that are taken to court are not lost because there was shoddy investigation. So I want to thank all the members who have contributed and supported this motion, and we are truly grateful as a committee, and I beg, therefore, to reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Other honorable members. Honorable members, I put the question. This House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management, Public Prosecution Fund Regulations 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March 2026. And pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 412A, this House approves the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Fund Regulations
published as legal notice number 169 of 2025. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the national aviation policy.
Move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the national aviation policy laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th February 2026, which approves sessional paper number 6 of 20 and approves sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the national aviation policy. Honorable Speaker, this sessional policy number 6 on the national aviation policy outlines the government's intent to address challenges in Kenya's aviation sector, positioning the sector as a key enabler for economic growth and achievement of Vision 2030. Honorable Speaker, the policy is intended to provide a primary framework for the future actions of the government in the aviation industry of the country, involving the formulation of the national strategy as a guideline to the entire sector development. And Honorable Speaker, the main objectives of this aviation are, number one, to foster growth of the aviation business in Kenya and to support job creation by positioning Kenya as a recognized regional leader in the aviation. Because, Honorable Speaker, this is a sector that has a great potential to provide job opportunities for our young people in countries that are a little more developed than Kenya. This sector employs millions of people or citizens in their countries, directly and indirectly. So it's a sector that needs a lot of support, and Honorable Speaker can help address our issues of unemployment. And number two, to minimize the contribution of the aviation sector to Kenya's economic growth and maximize, economic growth and development. And number three, Honorable Speaker, to enhance Kenya's connectivity at a national and international level by ensuring safe, secure, competitive access, which is responsive to the needs of business, tourism, and the population. What we call, in other words, Honorable Speaker, positive externalities. And number 5, Honorable Speaker, the aviation industry is critical to the socio-economic development of the country, contributing $3.3 billion to our GDP, and generates 21,000 jobs, as I said earlier, directly, and further 500,000 jobs indirectly, which of course can be enhanced to give us more opportunities. Honorable Speaker, in the year 2023, air traffic passengers in Kenya were 12.2 million, of which 6.6 million were international passengers. The volume of commercial cargo handled was 372.2 thousand tons, and total aircraft movement was 357,093,000, which signals the great potential that this sector has in supporting tourism, supporting manufacturing, supporting agriculture, and supporting the other related commercial activities. Honorable Speaker, Kenya aspires to be one of the leading aviation economies, which will only be achieved if the policy environment achieves its goals and the right incentives are given to attract the necessary investments. Kenya has the potential to be the leading regional aviation hub because of its ideal geographical location, a growing middle class, and rapidly growing economy. At the moment, Honorable Speaker, we know that Ethiopian Airlines has overtaken us, and there is no really good reason why they should be ahead of us, considering that Kenya's economy is more vibrant than Ethiopians. So there needs to be a lot of support for this sector, and as lawmakers, we need to do our best to ensure that we remain competitive and we remain active in the sector. Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure is a key pillar of Vision 2030. However, aviation infrastructure remains underdeveloped. The national aviation policy is aligned with the country's development blueprint, which is Vision 2030, by enabling the national aviation industry to strengthen its position in the global market as a leading aviation and commercial hub in Africa. Kenya, Honorable Speaker, can be Africa's or East and Central Africa's, what is it, Qatar? I'm trying to remember the capital city of Qatar. It's Doha. Yeah, so Kenya can be Africa's Doha if we do the right thing, if we avail the right policies, and if we avail the right environment for the aviation sector. So, Honorable Speaker, having considered the submissions and analyzed the document presented and pursuant to Standing Order number 216, the committee recommends that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy and approves sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts this report, and I request Honorable Kitayama to second.
Honorable Kitayama. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to the debate that has gone on this matter, and going by the importance of this whole conversation, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th February 2026, and approves sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy. Yes, Honorable Jared Okello.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the aviation policy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the air industry is the safest in comparison to all others, Honorable Speaker. Once a flight has perched on air, it is very safe, unless there are very extraneous mechanical issues surrounding it. It is usually the best, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at, for instance, the Kenya Airways, our pride of Africa, Honorable Speaker, which ought to have dominated the African market, Honorable Speaker, that now needs a lot of input in order to make it viable. You understand that just a while back, a week ago, Kenya Airways posted a 17 billion loss, Honorable Speaker, yet it is the most expensive airline on this part of the continent, Honorable Speaker. Where did we lose the mark? That now Ethiopian Airways controls the African market, Honorable Speaker. We need to put a lot of emphasis on our aviation industry so that we can attract a lot of revenue into the Kenyan economy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for instance, you look at the Emirates Air, which takes all the passengers to Dubai. It is much cheaper in comparison to what Kenya Airways offers here. Now, the intention of the aviation industry is not to make so much profit by just concentrating on the airline itself. It is meant to bring people to a destination whereby, as a result, they will spend much more money and put that money into that country's economy. That is why places like Dubai have thrived, Honorable Speaker. Had it not been for the Iranian-US-Israel conflict, Honorable Speaker, that also affected the Dubai International Airport, that is an airline that was on a rapid flight to growth, Honorable Speaker, and it has demonstrated so. It has over 250 aircrafts in the air, Honorable Speaker, over 250. I don't know how many we have with Kenya Airways, most of which are also leased from other providers, service providers, Honorable Speaker. So and I'm happy that the government of Kenya is now going to expand the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport so that it can cope up with the many passengers that will be coming in. But we cannot put a lot of emphasis on the airports to the detriment of the airlines, Honorable Speaker. We ought to put a lot of managerial expertise into Kenya Airways, make it so professional that people will now come, land in Kenya, even if they have to connect to other countries. Let us have them come into Kenya first. Just the same way Ethiopian Airline puts people into Ethiopia before they connect to other destinations. Just like you have Etihad, or you have Lufthansa that takes people to Germany before they make their trips to other destinations, Honorable Speaker. So Kenya needs to focus more on this industry because it is the best revenue earner for any other country. Honorable Speaker, time is long gone when agriculture was our #1 earner. Agriculture is so labor intensive, so capital intensive, that many people are running away from it. And therefore, we have to be innovative enough, concentrate on our aviation industry, so that we can patch up the gap that now exists from the adversity that come with our agricultural input, Honorable Speaker. So we need to also put a lot of emphasis on servicing these aircrafts, Honorable Speaker. Just under 2 weeks ago, we lost our colleague here in an aircraft accident, Honorable Speaker. So these are things that can affect an entire industry. Therefore, servicing of those aircraft, whether they go international or they are local, must be at the core of an integral part of an aviation industry, Honorable Speaker. And in cases where accidents have occurred, we need to get deep into investigations, have that report come out so that the airline industry in general can use
Did I remind you of the House's resolutions on the time for debate for sessional purpose? It's usually 5 minutes. Yes, so because you've not made any request, let the Honorable John Kiragu make his contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to support this report, sessional paper 6 on aviation policy. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is in a very strategic position in Africa, but we have never exploited our position as a hub, particularly in the aviation industry. What this policy is seeking is to make sure that we develop an industry around the aviation. We can do it by having our own good airports. We can have our airlines, but also we can also create a facility or facilities within this country that will support aviation industry for the rest of Africa and the world. Mr. Speaker, one of the key things is to maintain our aircraft and make sure that they are safe and secure. And to repair these aeroplanes, it is a very expensive affair. And if we can create facility in this country to support the aviation industry, we will not only develop skilled manpower and people who can actually give this country an opportunity to be a center of aviation in Africa. There is a lot discussed about us and Ethiopia, but we can be 10 times better than Ethiopia. Kenyans are all over the world providing aviation industry with either piloting or maintenance or even design of aircraft. Or what this policy is saying is that as much as we have done with the rail, as much as we are improving our roads, our marine, it is important that we now focus aviation as a key industry to grow this economy. And this country has everything that we need to make sure that actually we achieve what we are looking at. This industry is not so much of making money, as many people keep on arguing about KQ, but to facilitate this country to be a hub where even if it is air cargo, that the transshipment can be actually be based in Nairobi for the rest of Africa. If they will have to even maintain the engines for these aircraft, instead of being shipped to Seattle, for example, if they are Boeing, that they can be repaired here in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we'll have moved this country to another level. For your information, Mr. Speaker, I just learned the other day that the birds that affect our airplanes, because we have Dadora and Roai as the dumping sites, one bird can cause a failure of an engine. And the cost of that engine repair is $15 to $18 million. Or what we are saying, even in our planning, we must make sure that when we have an airport, we do not encourage people to bring industries that will bring birds, which will affect the operation of our airport. So what this policy is saying, for once, let's focus aviation as an enabler of developing our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Waweru, the chair of the committee in charge of ICT.
Mr. Speaker, you're right. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this amazing piece of policy that has been brought to us by the Honorable G.K. Kariuki. And this is our consideration on sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the aviation industry in this country, Mr. Speaker, by bringing this national aviation policy. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's aviation space is requiring solid policy leadership. And this is what we are doing as a House, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the policy that has been presented to us is outlining very well how the government intends to address the challenges in the aviation sector as we have seen it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I must remind you that aviation has a very organic connect to Dagoretti South constituency. Mr. Speaker, it was in the 20s that the first plane landed at what you now call Dagoretti Corner. This was Karandine, in what you call the Dagoretti Corner Junction, where the first civil plane landed, which was being aviated by a pilot called Captain T.A. Gladstone. And so, Mr. Speaker, my constituency is intrinsically connected to the aviation history of this country, long before the airport was transported to, I know he has something to say about Taita Taveta, but that was a military plane,
Do you
Mr.
want
Speaker.
to be informed?
I can be informed by honorable member.
Yeah, please proceed.
And please preserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My good friend, who were with him in the university, KJ, I wanted to inform him that the first plane to land in East Africa landed in a place called Makitau in Mwatate constituency, Taita Taveta County. That first plane, whether it was military or otherwise, it was the first plane to land in Kenya and in East Africa. So I want to request him to just guide the House that the second one to land then maybe landed in Dagoretti. But the first one landed in Taita Taveta. And Honorable Speaker, before I finish giving you information, Honorable Speaker, the place where the first plane landed today is recognized by the Commonwealth Commission of London. And the Commonwealth Commission has been visiting that place because adjacent to that place, Honorable Speaker, we have a cemetery that those people who died then during the First World War and before are buried. So that is a place where, as the next incoming governor of Taita Taveta, inshallah, I will make sure that it becomes a tourist attraction for not only Taita Taveta, but this country, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the Commonwealth Commission is ready to partner with this country and make that place known in the entire world. So I want to invite the chair of ICT to visit Makitau so that then we can make it a place that it can add value to this country. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so the Great Corner, or isn't that what they call Dagoretti?
Mr. Speaker, there is a great history to be told about the Great Corner.
The Great Corner is where the first plane to land in Nairobi landed. Did I hear him to say that?
Mr. Speaker, he is very well in his place to say what he has said as a point of information, and that does not negate the fact that the first commercial plane to land in East Africa landed at the Great Corner in what is called the Karandini landing space. But he is very well placed to mention that because what was happening in the coast then was for the war effort. And what he's talking about is actually a military plane, the first military plane. But for commercial aviation, Mr. Speaker, Dagoretti South still retains its pole position as the place where the first commercial plane in East Africa landed at a place we now call Karadine, where the first plane landed. This is at Dagoretti Corner. Dagoretti Corner itself has a great history. It is not the Great Corner. It is actually Dagoretti. Dagoretti, as we were burning the farms when we were chasing out the colonizer who had taken our farms without buying, and we were saying, Dagoretti, Dagoretti, meaning that he has not purchased. But Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable GK and his committee for bringing this sessional paper, Mr. Speaker, sessional paper number 6 of 2024, because it gets us thinking, Mr. Speaker. It gets us thinking about a very serious industry for Africa, Mr. Speaker, that when we sort out the issues in aviation, we have spoken to the issue of technical development, we have spoken to enterprise, we have spoken to international business. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with this sessional paper to be one of those people who stand on this floor and support the effort by the Transport Committee, saying that, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing this afternoon means a lot for this country as this country gears towards taking stock of our achievements on Vision 2030, Mr. Speaker. The aviation industry in this country is already offering spaces for training, Mr. Speaker. It is giving connectivity. In manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, we are depending on our planes to fly our produce. This is where jobs are to be gotten. And even I, as the chairperson of the Communication, Information and Innovation Committee, would like to say that there is a great place for aviation in innovation, Mr. Speaker. And in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I'll end it by saying that the Honorable Chair for Transport Committee ought to seek out the noises that we are hearing from Kenya Airways. Find out what people like Captain Mwenda, he himself, a captain of the airplane, he has to say about the industry of aviation, Mr. Speaker, so that this House can get to the bottom of the issues, so that Kenya rises up to be a leader in aviation, not only in the region, not only in the continent, but actually in the world, and we have the potential to do that. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I do thank you, and I support the Honorable GK and his committee for this amazing sessional paper, whose results we shall be seeing decades from today. I congratulate you, Honorable GK, and the people of Kirinyaga should see that they elected a person who came to do work for this country in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Amina Mnyazi, I thought it is only Honorable Rueda who is a pilot from the coast. You want to contribute to this?
Yes, Speaker.
Proceed.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker, na kwa dua zako Mheshimiwa Speaker, maybe huko mbeleni katika maisha yangu nitakwenda kujifundisha jinsi ya kuweza kupeleka ndege. Nianze kuanza kwa kusema Mheshimiwa Speaker ya kwamba naunga mkono huu mswada wenye ambao umeweza kuletwa hapa leo hii. Na naunga mkono huu mswada Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa sababu mimi kama Amina Laura Mnyazi, mbunge wa Malindi, nimeathirika pakubwa sana Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa masuala ya airport. Na watu wangu wa Malindi Mheshimiwa Speaker ni zaidi ya miaka 20 saizi. Wamekuwa wakipatiwa ahadi na serikali kuhusu masuala ya airport, upanuzi wa airport ya Malindi, na bado haijaweza kufanyika mpaka sasa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hiyo inanisikitisha sana kwa sababu kama sisi tumetegemea masuala ya utalii ndani ya Malindi, ndani ya pwani, na kama airport zetu sisi haziwezi kuwa sawasawa, hiyo ni shimo moja lenye ambalo nchi yetu ama taifa yetu ya Kenya inapoteza zile pesa Mheshimiwa Speaker. Na ndio maana leo hii nimesimama na kusema naunga mkono huu mswada. Jambo la kwanza ni kuhusu masuala ya kudumisha usalama na kuhakikisha kanuni zake zote ziko bora. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tukiweza kuzungumza kuhusu huu mswada, tunataka tuweze kuangazia masuala mengi Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mbali na ile ndege peke yake, lazima tuangalie pia masuala ya wafanyikazi wanaofanya kazi katika zile airport Mheshimiwa Speaker. Lazima tuangalie masuala ya usalama yenye ambayo iko pale katika uwanja wa ndege Mheshimiwa Speaker. Na kama tunazungumza kuhusu masuala ya uwanja wa ndege Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni vizuri iweze kueleweka ya kwamba uwanja wa ndege Kenya nzima si Jomo Kenyatta peke yake Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kama ni masuala ya uwanja wa ndege iweze kuboreshwa Mheshimiwa Speaker, wacha tuangalie uwanja wa ndege wote nchi nzima ya Kenya. Nikianza na yale matatizo ya kwangu Mheshimiwa Speaker ya masuala ya usalama ndani ya Malindi. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mswada huu lazima tugongelee msumari kwa sababu kuna airport ama uwanja wa ndege mwingine Mheshimiwa Speaker ambayo kuna police station na hakuna magari ya polisi pale ndani Mheshimiwa Speaker. So hiyo ni swala moja hususan kwa upande wa usalama. Kukitokezea jambo lolote la usalama Mheshimiwa Speaker, na kama hakuna magari ya usalama ndani ya airport, hiyo inakuwa ni matatizo makubwa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo lingine ambalo tunafaa tuliangazie ni wale wafanyikazi ambao wanafanya kazi pale ndani ya airport. Na Mheshimiwa Speaker, hawa wana include hata pia wale marubani wenye ambao wanapeleka hizi ndege. Na tumeona katika miaka iliyopita Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuna marubani kadhaa na kumekuwa na accidents za hapa na pale Mheshimiwa Speaker. Tumeweza kupoteza watu muhimu na watu wenye vyeo vikubwa Mheshimiwa Speaker. Tukianza na ndugu yetu Ogola aliyetuacha, tukienda kwa Mheshimiwa Saitoti, tukienda kwa Mheshimiwa hivi wajuzi, Mheshimiwa Ngeno, wote hawa ni watu wenye ambao wamepoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya ajali za ndege, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mbali na hawa watu, kuna wengi ambao si watu ambao wako na vyeo vya kisiasa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama tarehe 10 mwaka jana, mwaka 2025, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna ndege ya Skyhawk iliyosajiliwa nambari 5Y CDC inayoendeshwa na shirika la ndege la KSC ilihusika na ajali. Na mpaka leo hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeweza kuulizia kuhusu statement tuweze kuelezewa wale watu waliweza kupata ile ajali, wale watu waliweza kufariki. Hakuna jambo lolote na hakuna majibu yote ambayo yameweza kutoka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa masuala kama haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima tuweze kuyapigia msasa na tuweze kuweka sawa ili Wakenya waweze kuelewa pale ambapo wako. Kama kuna ajali zenye ambazo zinatendeka, lazima familia iweze kupatiwa pole, lazima familia iweze kusaidiwa katika mazishi, na lazima fidia tuweze kuipata pia vile, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni maajabu kwa sababu ukitoka nje ya nchi ukirudi, huwa niko na raha ya kuona familia, lakini ukifika pale airport, roho yangu huwa inatoka kwa roho inafika kwa magoti. Na ndio maana naunga mkono huu mswada, kwa sababu nataka nikirudi Kenya kwetu, jambo la kwanza ambalo tunaona iwe ni uwanja wa ndege muafaka mzuri yenye ambayo itazungumza kuhusu Kenya nzima. Na sisi tunasema ya kwamba tuko na safari ya kwenda Singapore. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizo airports za huko Singapore, jamani, tumeshaziona kweli? Zile airports za kule Tokyo tumeshaziona. So sisi lazima tujiweke katika level yenye ambao tutakuwa tunaweza kushindana na wenzetu katika dunia nzima. Na ndio maana leo hii nimesimama hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuweza kuunga mkono mswada huu, kuweza kuboresha infrastructure za uwanja wetu wa ndege, kuweza kuboresha masuala ya wafanyikazi wetu.
The Honorable Beatrice Kemei, the Member of Parliament for Kericho County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to start to support this very important motion by GK, Chairman, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, this is a very, very important motion on consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024, that is on the National Aviation Policy. Honorable Speaker, and when JK and our brother from Taita were talking about the first plane landing where, Dakoreti and wherever, I felt good. But at the same time, I'm like, the only planes that we can see in Kericho County is just what you've been coming with. We have never seen, but we have this airport that is coming up, Kerenga Airstrip, but I believe it will be an airport.
But
So
Kericho is so close to Kisumu.
yes, it is so close, but now we want to be independent. You see, Kericho, Honorable Speaker, we have the tea plantations. So we really want to have this airport. And we also do a lot of horticulture. We also have the flowers. We have the beautiful women who want to travel across the board. We have business people around. So this sessional paper has come at a time when we are looking forward to having an airport in Kericho. So GK, thank you for bringing this one on board. And I know when we have this sessional paper, it is very important that many of our youth, and not only youth, even people of my age can be employed in the airport. So airport as aviation industry has created a lot of employment opportunities, skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled labor. And Honorable Speaker, you can know the strength of a country. You can know the economic development of a country. You can also know the beauty of a country looking at the airports or the aviation industry that it has. So here in Kenya, JKIA is actually doing well. And I am happy, Honorable Speaker, that this National Infrastructure Fund that we passed the other day is going to improve our aviation, our airports, being the main one, JKIA among others, so that even Kisumu Airport makes my life very easy. In 30 minutes from Kisumu to Nairobi. So before you even say hello, you are in Nairobi from Kisumu. So if we can expand our and airports and the airstrips, Honorable Speaker, life will be very easy. And I realize, Honorable Speaker, and it is not for those who have money at the moment. It is fair at the moment, at least with maybe 10,000 people can travel, can fly from one point to another. And Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage all of us in one way or another to let even our constituents go by air. And they will have a story to tell. Like even our parents. The day my mother came to Nairobi through Kisumu by air, that was the day even our pressure became stable. So it is very, very important. And we made sure that there is that picture. And she's telling everybody, I have reached Nairobi in 30 minutes. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to encourage our people to travel by air. We have so many tourists across the country, and domestic tourists are also encouraged to travel. However, Honorable Speaker, security is key, and how can we also minimize the accidents in our aviation industry? Because that one is what many people fear. So working around that point to make sure that we have the skilled and people, we have the skilled personnel for the industry is very, very important. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, we need to improve this aviation industry. It will also save lives. You will realize that people are airlifted from one point to another, maybe to get medical attention as fast as possible. So for GK and your team, I say thank you very much, and I am in support of this. And
the Honorable Dorothy Ikiara.
So this is too short. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to proudly laud this committee of the chairman, GK, Karaoke, and his team for bringing in this particular session paper for consideration. Honorable Speaker, while seated here, I was feeling saddened. The reason, Honorable Speaker, is every member seated in this House has traveled far and wide. I bet, Honorable Speaker, that there is no single member of Parliament who has not had an opportunity of traveling to Europe or other African countries. And for this reason, Honorable Speaker, I want us to challenge ourselves and say, how do we feel when we travel to other airports and we come back to our country? But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to, Honorable Speaker, say the JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, at the moment, I am seeing significant improvement in the way of services. And when I tried to find out what is happening, I was told there is a new CEO. Honorable Speaker, I want to say, may that CEO, who is doing a commendable job, with the support of this House, do even a better job so that Kenya becomes attractive and our airport becomes an international hub. Honorable Speaker, I want to pick from the journey that we want to travel. His Excellency, the President, is very much committed to changing the face of this country. Honorable Speaker, The acceptance from some quarters has been wanting. But Honorable Speaker, I want to say, we cannot be sitting here and talking of going to Singapore when we don't have the relevant infrastructure in place to make us move. And Honorable Speaker, airport, civil aviation, it is not a luxury. You know too well, Honorable Speaker, if we want to save hours, even working hours, and we have connectivity of airports across this nation, we will be able to recover so many wasted hours that government officers use traveling from one destination to the other. Honorable Speaker, as I speak and I support this session paper, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell the committee, in the consideration, because now we have the infrastructure fund, and I'm sure the airport will be at the mark of what we are going to start constructing. Honorable Speaker, let them consider that every distance, which is a distance of about 200 kilometers and above, there is an airport in place. And Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this because I feel ashamed when I travel from Meru, where I come from, and I spent 4 hours coming to Nairobi, knowing too well, Honorable Speaker, that if we had an airport in Meru, and we have a lot of space, and all the way from 1963, independence to date, we have no single airport. Honorable Speaker, I know you don't know how it feels, sitting at my age, with a back that is aching, traveling to come to work. I already waste 4 hours on the road. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this committee is doing a commendable job, and I want to say this session of paper will make sure, we will ensure that Kenya gets proper connectivity. Kenya will stand as a hub among the African countries. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, I want to add by saying improvement of our aviation industry is a necessity. It is not something that we should be debating about. It is something that should be done like yesterday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support this session paper.
The Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this report from the Transport Committee that is led by one and only GK Karaoke, and a chairman who is doing great work in this country. And as my colleague said, the people from Deer constituency, they made the right choice. And I hope also Kirinyaga people are watching. Mr. Speaker, aviation industry is an industry that determines the economy of any country. And so, Mr. Speaker, once we focus and we have a plan, and I know His Excellency, the President William Ruto, is one of the leaders and great leaders of this nation who has a great plan of Kenya becoming Singapore. One of the issues that we should focus on is aviation. I am happy because in the recent past, Mr. Speaker, we have seen some improvements, and especially when we are trying to hire the CEOs, that the local people can make it. The people who are within the industries and who have grown through the ranks can be able to become serious leaders, and they can steer the aviation industry to the next level. Let me declare my interest, Mr. Speaker, because my second daughter is a pilot. And today she did her exams, Mr. Speaker. So as I congratulate her today, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are looking forward to seeing well-improved airports. And Mr. Speaker, I know there was a plan to improve and expand Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. I want to urge members of this House that this should be done now, not tomorrow. And we should focus. And I also want to request Kenyans, because everything that is suggested that is new, we always have opposition. It is good to oppose, but let's ask what is good for this nation. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward when Jomo Kenyatta can have a second runway that can become a hub, actually African hub. People love this country, but we must make sure that our infrastructure is well structured, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to urge, as they improve the small airports, the airstrips, that, Mr. Speaker, just to let this House know that Muranga, we have an airstrip in a place called Camberwa, and famously known as Lokotwedi. You know, that is how our initially the colonialists named Muranga County. And so that every time I pass there, I see the cows grazing. I want to urge the Airports Authority, aviation sector, let us improve and make sure that that airstrip, Camberwa airstrip, in Kiharo constituency in Muranga County, that it is improved. It has some beautiful spaces. I would also want to see one time I land there, you know, Mr. Speaker. And so we urge that let's embrace airspace, and air safety is very important. You know, we have lost a colleague through the aircraft, and as we remember him, and several colleagues, Mr. Speaker. So the issue of air safety, we need, Mr. Speaker, to be very serious as a nation. We have seen growth and increase of aircrafts that have been bought, including individuals, including the number of choppers. And almost every weekend, Mr. Speaker, we have members of this House and Kenyans using these aircraft. So we need to make sure that they are safe and they are not afraid to use these vessels. And Mr. Speaker, and when it comes to terms of the people who are benefiting, directly or indirectly from aviation, there are many. So let's expand this, space. Let us make sure that we adopt the report of the Transport Committee. And I just want to tell GK as a chair that he should go on, he should not be deterred, and he needs to get focused. I've seen, Mr. Speaker, he's even reminding Kenyans to drive safely. I've seen his beautiful billboards all over the country, and he's doing a good job, Mr. Speaker, and I can only tell him to go on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I support the report.
Honorable Sabina Chege, your daughter is the daughter of Parliament, and we wish her well in her aviation career. The Honorable Indikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this session of paper because it is addressing one of the key pillars of economic development in this country. Mr. Speaker, the importance of aviation industry in this country can be found in its promotion of import and export that come or go out of the country. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the cargo handling. Mr. Speaker, aviation sector is a great employment sector. Mr. Speaker, it promotes international and local tourism. Mr. Speaker, it is part of the industry that is geared towards training of various technicals, technicians, engineers, pilots, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, a successful aviation sector must have adequate aerodromes. And aerodromes, I mean here, are airstrips. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about airports, Mr. Speaker, because if we don't have adequate and comfortable aerodromes, we will not be able to succeed in promoting the aviation sector in this country. Mr. Speaker, we need well-trained pilots. We need engineers. We need customer service, Mr. Speaker. This sector requires adequate aeroplanes, both passenger and cargo. And there is one aspect of aviation which we tend to forget. Aviation is key to territorial protection, which means that we must have adequate aviation instrument that will keep surveillance to our territories, and also to be part of the international aviation sector. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot exist without having connectivity and agreement with the international aviation sector. Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? This is a very important session of paper because it is going to now to determine what we shall do for the next 20 or 50 years. Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with competition. Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with the competition. There are so many organizations and countries that are putting their energy and effort in the aviation sector. Look at Ethiopia, look at Rwanda, Uganda is coming up. Look at what is happening in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, all the countries in the world, they are really competing on this sector. And Kenya stands to lose if something is not done. And it must be done through the intervention of the government and the people who are interested in this sector. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say, they quoted Mr. Captain Mwenda. That's my nephew. That's my nephew. I educated that young man, 43 years school, in South Africa. So I know him. He chose to go to flying and refused to go to attend his university engineering at the University of Nairobi. That shows the passion that the young man has and continues to have. And he became a captain. Unfortunately, he fell victim of saying the truth. Kenya Airways, we need to speak the truth. I had the advantage of being the transport committee, the other parliament. And the initiative that was brought for PIIP, which wanted to take over the landing of Kenya Airways, Kenya Airport Authority, it did not meet the standards. So really we can't put our head under the sand. We have a problem, we have infrastructure problem, we have equipment problem, we have planes problem, and then there is a competition, which we must be prepared as a country. Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? This is a very important session of paper. Is going to put up the framework for the way this sector should run, and we need really to support the committee, and more specifically, our road to Singapore, which is headed by His Excellency the President. We must now say, Mr. Speaker, only 1 minute. 1 minute.
Time is tight for session of papers.
Only 1 minute.
1 minute. Give him 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yes, Mr. Speaker was saying, we have now the infrastructure fund. We have the infrastructure fund, and this is one of the sectors that is going to benefit from the infrastructure fund. So those opposing this new economic pathway, the His Excellency is championing, they don't know what they are doing to this country. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure fund, a greater percentage of it should go towards aerodrome development, towards rescuing.
The Honorable Kibet Komingoi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be a part of the discourse in supporting the sessional paper number 6 that has been presented by the chair, our able chairman, G.K. Kariuki, the honorable member from DIA. Chair, Honorable Speaker, we must come to terms with the things that this country needs to develop. One of the sectors that we believe as members of this House and as also responsible citizens of this nation is to be able to develop the infrastructure related to the aviation and aviation industry. I'm one of the believers, Honorable Speaker, that aviation industry is the second frontier after the roads and rail that are going to provide the creation of employment opportunities, the creation of opportunities for business, the creation also for interlinkages between our industries to be able to carry goods from our local airports and our international airports to the world, and to be able to bring out the things that are needed for the developing of this nation. This sessional paper, Honorable Speaker, as you may have noticed by the discussions that have gone, is to foster job creation and create wealth as part of an industry that is in this nation. Honorable Speaker, you may be aware that we passed the Railway Development Levy that is seeking to raise capital for the development of the SGR and the extension of the SGR within the nation from Narok to Kisumu and to Malaba and probably also to Congo. The creation and the sector of aviation portends greater benefits to this nation if we were to invest. We are investing probably $4 billion in the SGR and in the connections. But if you were to invest only a fraction of that amount to modernize our airport, to create linkages within the airports, within the land within which we have, and to create zones through which business and private enterprises may be able to participate in the aviation industry, we will be looking to a great space for our citizens. But we will know, Honorable Speaker, that there is no point of creating the framework and not being willing to invest in the industry itself. One of the great investments that we already have within the aviation industry is Kenya Airways. As many may say that Kenya Airways is a sleeping giant, I personally believe that Kenya Airways remains the most important asset that we have in our aviation industry. And as such, Kenya Airways must be supported for it to be able to deliver the economic benefits and the thoughts that we have around the aviation industry for us to be able to move on. Recently, Chair, you may be aware about the plans by the government, and we've been told about the modernization of JKIA. The thoughts around it also is to include a special economic zone within the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport for businesses to be able to interact with the other world and for goods to be able to come directly to our airport, and also that will provide an opportunity for the businesses that are undertaking exports within these zones that would have been provided so that we can be able to get the benefits of these special economic zones. Honorable Speaker, you may be able also to remember that there is no business that can stand by itself. The integration in infrastructure, I'm looking for a time whereby the railway will be up to the JKIA itself, or the buses will be able to be driven up to JKIA itself, for us to be able to evacuate the numbers that will be landing and those who will be going out, so that we improve the velocity both of goods and the labor within the airports to be able to present what we are calling the investment opportunities within the airport. Look at even what we've called out to be the safety in our skies or the accidents that do happen. Chair, Honorable Speaker, you may be aware that when an accident happens or incidences happens, we need to bring in people from outside the country to be able to come and investigate. How about if we transform by this sessional paper and create a legal framework through which Kenya will be able to provide these services to the world, such that we will be able to do accident investigation and create job opportunities for our people. KQ, and together with the Kenya Civil Authority, have opportunities for training. How about if we implement these things so that we can be able to export labor, either in pilots or engineers or even in attendants, to be able to create these things? One thing, therefore, that remains is true, that we must be able to look at this sector holistically.
No more interest. Mover. The mover to reply. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was waiting for the mic. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the contributions made by members as I rise to reply. Honorable Speaker, as you have heard, many members have given very good contributions. I want to thank honorable members, Honorable KJ, Honorable Beatrice, Honorable Kitayama, Honorable Anjiro Shege, honorable members for the committee. We have Honorable Kirago Shege and Honorable Komingoi, Honorable Moridania, thank you. I may not be able to remember all of them. I can see my friend here, my friends over there. Thank you for your good contributions, and Honorable Speaker, it helps enrich our deliberations as a committee. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I want to thank the members of Transport and Infrastructure Committee, because this is not my document, this is their document. we did a retreat and we came up with a document that helps form the framework for the aviation sector. I have had a few members mention JKIA. Honorable Speaker, last week we had a retreat with the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Divestiture in Mombasa, where he presented to the committee the plan, the master plan for JKIA. And we were informed that the site will be handed over to the contractor before June this year. And Honorable Speaker, the expansion, rehabilitation of JKIA will greatly increase air traffic at our hub, that's JKIA, and will help accelerate activities in the aviation sector. So, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the great contributions made by members, and I want to assure my colleagues and Kenyans at large that we will do everything possible as lawmakers to ensure that our country remains a top destination, and Kenya Airways, JKIA, and other airports in the country put in the right state, so that we can have a safe infrastructure for the aviation sector. It is said that one of the challenges or characteristics of developing economies is infrastructure that is not world class. But I believe Kenya, under the leadership of President William Ruto, is moving towards the right direction. The bill we passed the other day, National Infrastructure Fund, will greatly help address the challenges we have in the country as far as infrastructure is concerned. And Kenya, I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, in the next few years will be one of the best countries in terms of infrastructure, not just in aviation, but also in other areas, railway, road transport, sea transport, and air transport. So we are doing well, Honorable Speaker. We, as a committee, are giving good support to the ministry and to the country, and we have every reason to be happy about the future of this country. We need to be hopeful, and we need to be patriotic, and when great projects, big projects, are initiated, so that we move this country forward and we help improve our socio-economic, accelerate our socio-economic development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the rebuild of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, which is planned by the current administration, if it were to complete, will make President Ruto the greatest Kenya has ever had. So I'm grateful for the support the committee and parliament is giving that endeavor. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19 February 2026, and approves sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. The chair budget. You want to lay some paper, proceed.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 31st March 2026. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the supplementary estimates for the year 2025-2026 and the compendium of departmental committee reports on their consideration of the supplementary estimates. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm waiting for you to lay the papers. You want to give notice? Please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, notice of motion that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 239. 1, approves an increase of the gross expenditure, of the gross current expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 232 billion, 27 million, 326,355 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 2, approves an increase of the gross capital expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 131 billion, 851 million, 269,596 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 363 billion, 882 million, 595,951 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph 4, Committee of Supply. 4, resolves that the schedules form the basis for the introduction of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2026, and 5, orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply, as templated under Standing Order 240, consideration of supplementary estimates in the Committee of Supply. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Next order.
Shughuli ya 11. Hoja: ukaguzi kwa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania.
Mwenyekiti kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda kuhusu ziara katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania ya ukaguzi wa asasi zisizojitegemea kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ukanda wa kati. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kupendekeza kwamba bunge hili lidhinishe ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda kuhusu ziara katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania ya ukaguzi wa asasi zisizojitegemea kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ukanda wa kati iliyowasilishwa mezani tarehe 9 mwezi wa 4 2025. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mujibu wa kanuni 212 ya kanuni ya kudumu Bunge la Taifa, kamati hii inawajibika kusimamia masuala yanayohusu utangamano wa kikanda ikiwemo asasi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ni katika kutekeleza wajibu huu wa kikatiba na kibunge ndiposa kamati ilifanya ziara ya ukaguzi kuanzia tarehe 24 hadi 29 mwezi wa 3 2025, na kamati ilizuru ya kwamba: 1, Tume ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki huko Zanzibar, na 2, ubalozi wa Kenya ulioko jijini Dar es Salaam. Mheshimiwa Spika, kusudi la ziara hiyo ilikuwa wazi. Ya kwanza ikiwa kuwafahamisha wanachama kazi ya asasi ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ya pili, kutoa fursa kwa wanachama kutangamana na kubadilisha tajiriba na wenzao kutoka nchi nyingine wanachama kati ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na la tatu, kubaini iwapo ajenda ya utangamano inaendelea yakini wala sio ufasaha tu. Matokeo muhimu kutokana na haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, yalikuwa kama maendeleo katika ukuzaji wa Kiswahili kama lugha rasmi ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ukuzaji wa mipango ya mafunzo katika nchi wanachama na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, kutafsiriwa kwa hati na stakabadhi muhimu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maandamisho katika kanda ya siku za Kiswahili duniani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuhusu upitishaji huru na vikwazo vya biashara, kamati hii iliandaa yafuatayo: ya kwamba Wakenya wanaofanya kazi Tanzania waliibua wasiwasi kuhusu adha ghali za visa vya biashara ambavyo inatozwa kila baada ya miezi 3, ada ya vibali vya kazi ambayo inatozwa wataalamu wa Kenya, gharama ya juu ya mtaji wa hisa kwa usajili wa biashara, vikwazo visivyo vya ushuru vya mara kwa mara. Mheshimiwa Spika, yaliyogunduliwa na kamati letu ni kwamba kuna uelewa mdogo kuhusu mipango ya Tume ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki miongoni mwa wananchi, ufadhili wa asasi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki hauendani na majukumu yao, vikwazo visivyo vya ushuru vya mara kwa mara vinaodhoifisha mafanikio yaliyopatikana na utengamano wa kikamilifu. Mapendekezo kutokana na kamiti letu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba Tume ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki ifadhiliwe kifedha pia kwa wafanyakazi, bunge liunge mkono mafunzo ya Kiswahili kwa wabunge na wafanyakazi wa bunge, wizara inayohusika na masuala ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ijihusishe kidiplomasia kushughulikia changamoto za vibali vya kazi na visa vya biashara, mifumo ipaswe kuimarisha ili kuondoka vikwazo visivyo vya ushuru, Kenya na Tanzania ziendelee kushirikiana ili kuboresha biashara na uwekezaji. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninapotamatisha utangamano wa kikanda na ubakiwa kuwa msingi wa ukuzaji wa uchumi, upanuzi wa biashara, ushirikiano wa kitamaduni na utulivu wa kisiasa ndani ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunavyokumbuka ya kwamba mwezi uliopita pale Arusha tulikuwa na mkutano wa kilele cha marais, yani Summit of Heads of State, ambayo Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ilitisha mkutano, ambapo rais wetu wa Kenya alikuwa kwa hotuba yake ya mwisho kama mwenyekiti katika chama cha Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, aliwashauri wanachama hao marais wenzake ya kuwa ni lazima sisi kama wanajumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki tushirikiane katika bunge, tushirikiane katika uraisi na tushirikiane hata na kana kwamba na mawaziri wetu kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunahimiza Kiswahili kuwa lugha ambayo ni fasaha katika jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki, na pia tuzidi kufanya kazi tukiwa pamoja. Mwisho, ningependa kushukuru ofisi yako na ile ya katibu wa Bunge la Taifa kwa kuipatia kamati hii usaidizi uliohitajika ili kutekeleza wajibu wake. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa namuita Mheshimiwa Dan Mwashako kuunga mkono hoja hii na kushukuru.
Mwafiki.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi nzuri ulionipa ya kuunga mkono ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki ulioleta kwetu na mwenyekiti wetu ambaye ameongea Kiswahili safi sana. Unajua Mheshimiwa Spika, Kiswahili mara nyingi watu wanakiogopa kukiongea. Lakini nataka kuambia bunge hili la kitaifa, Kiswahili kinazungumzwa na watu wasiopungua milioni 300 kwenda mpaka milioni 500 katika ulimwengu huu. Na kina asili ya hapa kwetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili, wale wachache ambao mara nyingi wanafikiria kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha tu ya pwani, ni lugha pengine ya taifa la Tanzania, nataka kuwajulisha kwamba Kiswahili kinafunzwa mpaka katika vyuo vikuu kule Marekani. Kiswahili kinafunzwa katika vyuo vikuu Ulaya. Ukienda Japani, Mheshimiwa Spika, utakuta watu wanajifunza Kiswahili. Sasa hivi ukienda Uchina, utashangaa kwamba wamechukua walimu kutoka hapa Afrika Mashariki kufundisha Kiswahili kule kwao. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ile kazi kamati ninayoketi inayoongozwa na mheshimiwa mwenyekiti aliyeongea hapa, Mheshimiwa Irene Mayaka, ni kamati ambayo ina umuhimu sana katika Afrika Mashariki yetu. Tulitembea Afrika Mashariki, Mheshimiwa Spika, na sana sana tukaangazia asasi ambazo zinasimamiwa na jumuiya yetu. Na tukakuta, Mheshimiwa Spika, changamoto nyingi, changamoto tele ambazo marais wa Afrika Mashariki inastahili wayazungumzie katika ile meza ya marais. Lakini pia kuna yale majukumu ambayo yamepewa mashirika hayo ama asasi hizo ambazo haitakikani watendekeze kazi zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiongea sana masuala ya uwiano, masuala ya kusafirisha vifaa, bidhaa na wafanyikazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kizungu anaita free movement of labor and goods, Mheshimiwa Spika, ibainike kwamba Afrika Mashariki kwanza kwa biashara, nchi hizi ambazo ziko katika jumuiya hii zinafanya kazi ama zinafanya biashara kubwa. Ndio tunategemea mashirika ama nchi za nje, nchi za mbali, lakini tutambue kwamba biashara kubwa inayofanywa ndani ya Afrika ya Kenya hii ni biashara tunayofanya na watu wa Uganda, tunayofanya na watu wa hapa Tanzania, tunayofanya na watu wa DRC, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunayofanya na watu wa Rwanda, tunayofanya na watu wa Burundi, tunayofanya na watu wa Somalia na nchi zile zote ambazo ziko katika Afrika Mashariki. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba serikali zote ziajibike kutoa utaji wao katika mashirika haya ambayo asasi hizi ambazo ziko katika Afrika Mashariki. Ukienda Mheshimiwa, kama hii asasi ya Kiswahili, Mheshimiwa Spika, mara nyingi utakuta haina pesa hata ya kulipa wafanyikazi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukiangazia kwamba hawana pesa ya kufanya kile kizungu wanaita research, Kiswahili ni utafiti. Wana pesa ya kuendelea kufanya utafiti, manake lugha, Mheshimiwa Spika, huwa si lugha tu. Lugha huwa inakolea na lugha huwa inatoholewa. Sasa unakuta, Mheshimiwa Spika, utafiti unahitajika. So nchi za Afrika Mashariki zinastahili kuendelea kutoa utaji wao katika East Africa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimalize. Wakenya walioko Tanzania wanalalamika. Sisi wengine ambao kaunti zetu zinashikamana na nchi jirani ya Tanzania, kuna kuwa na changamoto. Watu wetu wameenda kufanya kazi Moshi, wameenda kufanya kazi Arusha, wameenda kufanya kazi Dar. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wetu wale ambao wanatoka Busia na Malaba wanaenda kufanya kazi pande ile ya Uganda, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Wakenya wamejisatiti, wametembea nchi zote. Ukienda Kigali leo, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa huko juzi, Wakenya wako pale. Lakini kile kinachotuudhi kidogo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba vile Kenya tunavyowakumbatia wenzetu wa East Africa, wenzetu ambao wanatoka nchi hizo za karibu, sivyo vile sisi wa Kenya tunavyokumbatiwa sana sana kule Tanzania. So tunaomba kwamba tunapoongea katika bunge la kitaifa, tuseme kwamba kila nchi ikuwe na kile kizungu ama katika diplomasia wanaita diplomatic reciprocation, Mheshimiwa Spika. Yaani vile tunavyokutendea, tutendee vivyo pia. Ndio manake tunasema kwamba watu wetu kule Tanzania kila miezi 3 wanatemekana walipe sijui nini, wafanye vipi, hawapewi nafasi ya kufanya biashara vile inavyostahili. Tumeomba sana nchi hizi, na vile tunavyoimba katika wimbo wa East Africa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wimbo ule ni mtamu sana. Tunakubaliana wengi tukiimba ule wimbo tunasikia kuchangamka. Ni wimbo ambao umebuniwa na katika hali ya juu. Tuimarishe jumuiya yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimamia hapo kusema kwamba hebu nchi zetu za Afrika Mashariki zijisatiti ili tupate kuendeleza umoja wa Afrika Mashariki. Nasimama kuunga mkono hoja hii, nasimama kuunga ripoti hoja hii, na kusema kwamba mimi ni wa pili wa kusema kwamba iko sawa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Umefikisha au umeunga mkono? We ni mwafiki ya sofikisha.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante, nimeafikisha. Asante.
Asante Mheshimiwa. Asante Mheshimiwa Mwashako. Waheshimiwa wabunge, ni wakati wa kutoa hoja ijadiliwe kwamba bunge la taifa liridhie ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda kuhusu ziara ya ukaguzi kwa taasisi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, iliyowasilishwa kwenye meza ya bunge Jumatano tarehe 9 Aprili mwaka wa 2025. Mheshimiwa Naomi wako.
Asanti sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii, lakini baada ya Mheshimiwa kuongea, naona hiyo Kiswahili yangu ina float kabisa. Ningetaka kupongeza mwenyekiti wa kamati hiyo kwa kupeana hiyo ripoti nzuri na akaifanya kwa njia ambao inafaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, utangamano wa kikanda sio wazo dhahania la kidiplomasia. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninajua ya kwamba hii kamati wamekalia hii, wameangalia na wamefanya ripoti yao ambao inasaidia. Na kwa ripoti ambao tumepewa inaonyesha ya kwamba kwa majibu wa kanuni ya 212 ya kanuni za kudumu za Bunge la Taifa, kamati hii inawajibika kusimamia masuala yanayohusu utangamano wa kikanda ikiwemo asasi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na tunajua ya kwamba ni jukumu letu kuonyesha ya kwamba tunashughulikia mambo ya Afrika, Jumuiya ya Kiafrika. Ona Mheshimiwa Spika, ningetaka tu kusema ya kwamba mimi ninaunga mkono.
Order, honorable members. Ni mambo gani ya kusumbua Mheshimiwa wa Kuria, Kuria East?
Ndio
Kuria Mashariki.
Mheshimiwa Spika, itaonekana vibaya sana ikiwa nisingeweza kuchangia hoja hii. Ninaelewa kwamba muda umeenda, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, wanaonisikiliza wakiwa upande ule wa pili wangependa hoja hii ikaweze kusaidia nchi zetu zote mbili. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naona kwamba kuna umuhimu sana kwamba kamati hii kwa vile imefanya kazi ambayo ni ya muhimu sana, tukaweze kuendeleza hata na zaidi, ili kwamba tofauti na mjadala tu tukaweze kuiweka ikawa ni kitu ambacho kinaendelea.
Mheshimiwa Kitayama, uko kwa hoja ya nidhamu au unajadili?
Ninaunganisha kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika,
unaunganisha.
Naunganisha
sababu mimi ningekupatia ruhusa uchangie au ujadili hoja hili.
Naomba Mheshimiwa Spika.
Endelea.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninashukuru sana kwa sababu inapendeza wakati ambapo watu wanaotoka katika kanda hii wanaweza kuzungumza kwa kuelewana. Mheshimiwa Spika, lugha ya Kiswahili ina utamu wake, na katika ule utamu kuna kuingiliana kwa masuala ambayo yanaweza kufanya watu kuweza kuelewana hata kwa urahisi. Yale matatizo ambayo ni ya kukosana yanapungua. Mheshimiwa Spika, amesema vizuri sana Mheshimiwa Mwashako kwamba upande ule wa pili sisi wa Kenya tunaeleweka vibaya. Wakati mwingine tunachukuliwa kwamba tuko mbio kidogo. Mheshimiwa Spika, inapendeza tutakapokuwa tumekiboresha na Kiswahili kimeongelewa hapa Kenya, basi wale na wao watatuona kama ni ndugu, kwa sababu sasa hivi tukienda pale tunaunganisha kilugha tofauti. Sasa wanajiona kama sisi labda tunaweka mbio au kasi kwa mambo ambayo wao wangependa wayafanye kwa taratibu, jinsi ambavyo Kiswahili ni lugha iliyo taratibu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema hivi.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Kitayama, umebakisha dakika 3 umalize majadiliano yako kuhusu hoja hili, wakati itaratibishwa kujadiliwa na ile kamati inayosimamia mambo hayo wakati ujao. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 7:05 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the first day of April 2026 at 9:30 a.m.